No, not really. You know, I like jazz.
You just haven't heard the right jazz.
You know what? And I had a friend who was very eclectic.
It's good news. Start
For Christmas, he got me and I listened to it 5 or 10 times. And then I practiced it. I tried.
No, now he is
After a while, they all start running together. All the charter applications.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep the details separate.
And for my notes.
the one that said,
No, that's what I want to say sometimes.
West begins on page 54. West begins on page 54. I've asked Alex to create a long document to say that A2 agenda item begins on page 52, so we can go right to it. She said she'd be happy to do that. And page 6 begins on page 87.
are you on the right hand side? You go to the left hand side. If you come back here,
Show me.
here, you'll just click on this one.
Right.
Then you can pull them up and right to their packets.
Oh, well, I never knew that. I'll tell Alex to not worry about it. No. I saved them. I had downloaded them to my desktop, so I don't have that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The November 18th, 2015 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. You're welcome. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Arkansas Department of Education and ask that you please silence all electronic devices. The Charter Authorizing Panel oversees the authorization, renewal, revision, and revocation of charters. The Arkansas Quality Charter Schools Act of 2013 requires the Commissioner to appoint ADE staff to the panel. On July 1st, 2015, Commissioner Key named 9 members to the Charter Authorizing Panel, and those members sit before you today. As Chair, it is my goal to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. I will request that each person speaking please state your name and title for the record. I will ask that you continue to speak clearly into the microphone for the benefit of the panel, the audience, and the viewing audience. The entire meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Ms. Hill, our court reporter, will be providing a transcript of the meeting, and it will be posted on the ADE website. So with no further ado, let's get started. Ms. Clay, if you'll give us the process for the meeting.
Good morning. Kendra Clay, General Counsel for the Department of Education. I'm going to go over your procedures with you today. They're going to be the same procedures that we followed yesterday, but since we have a new group here and some people tuning in online that may not already know them, all persons with the exception of attorneys will need to be sworn in. The applicant or the charter school holder will have 20 minutes to present its case for approval of its application or for its amendment request. Any parties opposed to the application or the amendment request will have 20 minutes after that presentation, and then the charter school or applicant will have 5 minutes of rebuttal. You'll follow that with discussion and questions. You may vote on the matter today or take the matter under advisement and vote at a later meeting. If you do that, you can ask the applicant to provide additional information to you or get technical assistance from the department. After you vote, you all have access to a Google Doc. After the vote is taken, we will ask you to go into your Google Doc and put how you voted and the reason for your vote. This document will then be provided to the state board to help facilitate whether they want to review your decision or not, and that will be before the state board at their next meeting. Also, as a reminder, anything that is said today, the parties are held to. So if there is something said that is different than what is in the written materials that you have, that will become part of any charter or any amendment that you all grant today. Do you have any questions? Okay.
As customary, when we have state legislators in the room, we invite them to the microphone, and I see Senator Lindsay. If you would like to address the panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Uvalde Lindsay. I'm State Senator representing Fayetteville, Farmington, and Greenland, parts of Washington County. Thank you all for the good work you are doing, Madam Chair. You have a full agenda, and you take your job seriously, I know, as I take my job seriously representing Fayetteville. Fayetteville is a grand community. I have always said leadership, innovation, those things that are part of our culture. It seems like you all have seen the bumper stickers, you know, keep Fayetteville funky. It seems like at times that we are leaders among lots of different things, in education particularly. We value education highly. And I'm proud of the Fayetteville School District and what it's doing with its application for this virtual academy. It's more than an opportunity to take online classes. It's an opportunity to blend a new and innovative way of teaching with the rich culture that is Fayetteville. It gives grand opportunity for all of our very diverse students to achieve, I think, a better opportunity to expand their ambitions in education and their life qualities. As you know, the arts, the cultures, the things in our diverse culture that we hold dear can be implemented through an innovative educational opportunity that provides mentorships, that provides opportunity for events, that provides opportunity for all of our students, whether they're from K to 12, to enjoy and enhance their ability to do well and have a great life. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to visit with you all today. I would encourage your affirmation of this application, and I think you will find it'll be a great model for the rest of this state, because we need more online education, and we need the opportunity to blend the rich culture of all of our regions in this state together and make education a quality issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see that Representative Sturch is in the room.
Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. I came to just say a few words on behalf of Cave City's charter application. Representative Michelle Gray and I split Cave City. It's in 2 different counties, but I did want to come in and put my 2 cents worth. I've been before this committee before with Southside High School's charter application, and I have no doubt that Cave City's charter will be in the same caliber as that one. In our little corner of the world, we're facing some difficulty in retaining good students to come back to live their life and to find jobs there. We have some opportunities, though, in Northeast Arkansas, especially with our higher ed institutions and some manufacturers that are there in Independence County, such as Bad Boy or Intimidator or LaCroix Optical, and several of them are really getting involved in our school system, both at the high school level and the collegiate level, which I'm really excited about because we need community partners in order to make education for everybody successful. And I just ask that you give Cave City due diligence in reviewing their application. And like I said, I have no doubt that it will be another great step for Independence County and Sharp County in moving our little neck of the woods forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other legislators? Ms. Boyd, you are recognized. And I understand that action item 1 has been withdrawn. So we'll move to action item 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's correct. Action item 1 has been withdrawn prior to the panel hearing. Action item 2 is a hearing of requests for open enrollment public charter school amendments from the Quest Middle School of Pine Bluff. The State Board of Education approved the application for Quest Middle School of Pine Bluff on November 1st, 2012. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 5 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 460. Representatives of Quest Middle School of Pine Bluff are appearing before the charter authorizing panel to request amendments to the current charter. And the first person up to introduce their team is Curtis Shack. He is the program manager. And just so they're asking for, they want to change the grades served. That's part of the main part of their amendment request.
If all representatives from Quest Middle School of Pine Bluff and anyone speaking in opposition will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Shack, you're recognized.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having us here. My name is Curtis Shack, and I'm the Arkansas Program Manager for Responsive Education Solutions Arkansas, and I manage the day-to-day operations of the campuses here that we have in Arkansas. And we're here today to be responsive to the needs of Quest Pine Bluff and the community of Pine Bluff by increasing the educational opportunities for our students in that area. The mission of Quest is to develop knowledge and wisdom through an unyielding commitment to excellence in academics, recognizing the unique potential of each student while integrating the student's gifts intellectually, socially, culturally, and physically into all aspects of learning and leadership. Quest staff will strive to produce highly motivated and capable learners who will excel in high school and college. Our administrators and teachers care about students and have a passion to see them reach their full potential. To realize this, we combine modern educational technologies and advanced learning methods with a high level of personal attention and individual instruction. At Quest Pine Bluff, we endeavor to create an environment of learning that stimulates intellectual curiosity and rewards achievement. Education is the most important asset that we can provide our students. That knowledge is the type of wealth that no one can take away from our students. But basic knowledge starts with elementary education. Elementary education can be compared to that first step you took as a toddler. You had to take that first step before you could walk or even run. And research shows that students develop 90% of their adult brain by age 8. But also by age 8, that's when students start to fall behind academically and emotionally and socially. And that's why we're here today in front of you. We want to prevent that gap from even happening, to be that stopgap to keep these kids learning at the rate that they should learn. We want to build a foundation of creating an environment of learning that stimulates intellectual curiosity and rewards achievement. I'm going to introduce the campus director, Mr. Arnold Robertson, Pine Bluff High School graduate, UAPB graduate, UALR graduate. He's been in the trenches in Pine Bluff. He has been outside of the district, so he has seen how things happen from a different perspective. And he's going to come and address the panel.
Good morning to you all as well. I'm excited to be here in this capacity to help not only our school at Quest, but to help our community as well. I want to talk to you about the current status that we see at Quest, currently serving grades 5 through 9. Those students who come in the 5th grade are on average 2.5 grade levels below where they should be. And it's a difficult task for us to be able to get them to that. As a matter of fact, research shows us that on the average, you will be able to help those students to gain by 1 grade level by the end of that school, in 1 school year. And so we're doing all that we can academically, as well as trying to build character in those students in order to get that 1 year increase. And I'm trying to get an advancement here. You'll be able to see what we're doing by show of our data. Back this way. Okay. Okay, right there is where I want to be. You can see during the year of 2014-15, through our MAP scores, we're able to make that 1 grade level gain with our students in the area of language arts, as well as in math and in reading as well. And so we would, but we're understanding, as Mr. Shack said, we're understanding that in order for us to make a greater gain, we need to begin earlier. We need to catch our kids earlier on in their academic lives, which would mean that we would need to add that elementary level. And that would mean changing their academic foundation to where they have what they need by the time they're reaching 5th grade. They're where they should be, and then we can see greater gains. And by way of that, we're not only helping our students there at Quest, but we're helping our community in that we're seeing where our students who are graduating from our high schools are not prepared to go to college, nor are they ready for careers. As a matter of fact, our research is showing us that students who are entering college are having to enter into remedial courses before they can actually get to their major courses. And that's because they're so far below where they should be when they graduate, such that they're not able to go into their majors. So we would like to impact not only our school, but our community as well. And that being said, it also leads us to the fact that when those students are not able to perform in college, you're talking about those students who are discouraged, not able to complete, they're dropping out, and thereby our crime rate in our city has increased as well. So we want to impact that number. We want to improve not only our school, but our community as well. Dr. Martin Luther King says, as I close, The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education, and that is our goal at Quest. We want to teach kids to think critically at an earlier age, and thereby doing that, we will see an increase in our success, not only in our school, but our community. I would like to also introduce who's going to come now, one of our teachers, Miss Harris, and I also have brought with me one of our parents, Miss Henderson, and I have two students that I would love for you to hear from. One is a ninth grader who is our student council president at Sandy Kendall, and the other is an eighth grader who is a student who has been there for the last couple of years, and he is Mr. Frank Brown. So at this time, I'm going to bring Miss Harris forward.
Good morning. I just want to speak on behalf from the perspective of a teacher. I've been teaching in Arkansas for at least 8 years. This is my first year in Quest, or in a charter school. I have noticed that there's a difficulty with us having Common Core and trying to teach rigor as the educator when you have students that are so far behind. I teach grades 5 through 9. I have students that are in the 5th grade that are reading on pre-K level. I have students that are in the 9th grade that are reading on 3rd grade level. I have students that are in the 8th grade that are reading on 2nd grade level. So I think that it's very essential that we start with placing an academic foundation. With there being gains being made within 1 year of time, or grade level of 1 year, it's very difficult, because what you're going to continue to do is play catch up. So if we start with this academic foundation, starting with kindergartners and teaching them on a rigor, as they excel and grow, there will be no issues, because we can catch it early. That's the aim, that's the game, that's the goal. And so it will make a very, very, very positive impact on our community. I am a product of Pine Bluff. I graduated from Pine Bluff High. I graduated from UAPB, and I have 2 masters. So I know that there is good that could come out of Pine Bluff, and that's what we're trying to create here in Pine Bluff. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Doresia Henderson. I'm a parent at Quest, of one of the students at Quest. My son's name is Travandis Henderson. What I would like to say is that I took my son over to Quest from a public school. He is now a freshman at Quest. One thing I want to say is that my son is 16 years old, and he is in the 9th grade. The reasoning for that is that when he was in kindergarten, there was a teacher. His teacher grew ill, and during that process, they brought in a lot of substitutes. So many to the point that when school was over, they pretty much held back that whole entire kindergarten class. So that put him behind. Again, I feel like they failed him because when he was in the 2nd grade, he was held back again for poor reading scores. And as I mentioned a lot of times when I went to parent-teacher conferences, is there anything that I could do? Is there anything you could give me? Is there a tutoring program that that could help my son? I wasn't really getting any information from them. I didn't really get much help. So my son is behind, and I believe that if it had been Quest Elementary in place at that time, I believe that my son would have excelled further than what he is now. And I believe that it will help a lot of other students who are in the same predicament as my son right now, that can be, you know, caught up and can benefit from Quest having an elementary school. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandy Kendall, and I'm here to tell you how Quest has changed me and how it could have changed me when I was younger. When I first came to Quest, I was in 7th grade. I came to Quest because I was getting bullied in my other school. I thought that a smaller school setting would change that, and it did. My first year was okay, but there seemed to be no rules. Everyone was unorganized, and the teachers focused more on behavior than education. When I got to 8th grade, that all changed. There was order. I participated in more things, and I learned more. Now that I am a freshman, I can truly say that my life has changed for the better. My behavior, my attitude, and my grades have all changed. And now that I am the student council president of Quest, I can say that I have gained much respect from my teachers, staff, and fellow peers. Quest has changed these things and much more, but the best thing that Quest has changed about me is my personality. I do believe that if there wasn't Quest Elementary, I would have been on reading level. My reading level is an 8.9, and I am in 9th grade. I might not be that far from grade level, but my teachers consider me one of the smarter kids, so even a few points off is not so good. This is how Quest has changed me, and could have changed me when I was younger.
Good morning. Well, my name is Frank Brown. I go to Quest. Well, when I was younger, I didn't have much. So when I came straight out of foster care, my auntie put me in Dalloway Elementary. And I was really one of the kids I was a new kid that you would bully around, push around. So I used to stay in back of the class, not really knowing much. So when the teacher used to give my work, I used to try to finish it and try to go home. So as that went on for a few years, as I got in middle school, I got even worse. The bullying got even worse. I used to get fights all the time. So my auntie told me, so she seen the new school called Quest. She said it's much smaller. You shouldn't get in much trouble. So as I was getting there, my grading score was kind of behind. My math score was low. As I was doing this, my teachers tried to show me how I could and what I should do, how my education can get better. They brought out the true potential in me. So as I was doing this, I figured out what I wanted to be in life, which was a scientist. My grades have improved much more. My reading score is coming up because I was like a 3-point reading level last year. Now they brought me up 3 grades. Other than that, Quest have done much for me, and I have done much to help it out. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for coming to speak. It's a difficult thing to hear kids say they're behind, and for parents to realize that their kids are behind. That's one of the harder things that you have to do as a parent, and the first thing is realizing that there is an issue. And we realize that we're in an issue, and we realize that it's not just a Quest Pine Bluff thing. It's coming from Pine Bluff before, and it's happening before we get our kids. And we need to do justice and getting their educational foundation built at an earlier age. And that will be the only way to stop this problem that's persisting. That's our presentation, and we'll open it for questions from the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Shack. Is there anyone in the room to speak in opposition of Quest Middle School of Pine Bluff? Mr. Shack, you have 5 more minutes. Is there any additional comments?
Yes. Dr. Alan Wimberly, the superintendent of Arkansas Schools, will address the panel.
Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak just for a second. I absolutely know that anytime I'm in a room with educators, I am definitely not the smartest one in the room. I think you've heard from the people who are most affected and certainly most they are definitely wanting to see this amendment pass. There is one thing that I would ask you, though. This is something that Responsive Education Solutions, we have around 75 campuses, most in Texas. We have 4 in Arkansas. And my work as Chief Education Architect, I work with the CEO and have been there since 2002. Thousands and thousands and thousands of students in communities all over Texas and now in Arkansas. And I decided 2 years ago to move to Arkansas to oversee some of the work. However, I am from Texas, and I will go home to my grandchildren soon. Arkansas educators need to be running our Arkansas schools. We don't want to run them from Texas. We want Arkansas to do that. I think that my primary work has been to build a team that we can see tremendous things happen in Pine Bluff. There is nothing that keeps me awake except Pine Bluff. We have to do something. And I know that you hear all the time people that stand and say, well, we're doing the best that we can do. And I'm telling you that I've been in education my entire life, and I confess to you, we're not doing the best that we can do. We are making progress, but we started a middle school, and our kids are coming to us in 5th grade. We spend so much time in the 2 or 3 years that they're with us trying to just catch them up that it's in many ways spinning our wheels. We got an F. If you look at every school in the Pine Bluff area, stack ours up with theirs, it looks pretty much the same. We have to do something much earlier. My role a year and a half ago, I said we have to have this. We have to start earlier. And so I put all of my work into finding the right team. And Arnold Robertson was born and raised and came to Pine Bluff because he wanted to see what had happened in his own life happen there. But there is one mistake that I've made, and I want to correct it now. I apologize because it looks terrible. In the amendment, it says that what I'm asking you to do is to allow us to open up a kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade in conjunction with our charter, which is currently 5th through 9th. And then each successive year, next year we would go, well, the following year we would go K3, 6th through 9th. And then the next year, K4, 7th through 9th. And I'm embarrassed because I hear from students who are in the 9th grade or going to be in the 9th grade, and I did not make allowance for those kids at the top. I didn't do that on purpose, and I'm sorry. So what we're going to ask you to do is to consider this. Please let us start earlier with these kids. We're ready to leverage every single corporate. We have such an organization, and all of our educators, I've got them ready to help our people there. But we want to open up kindergarten through 2nd grade next year. And it would also be 6th grade through 10th. So the current 9th graders would go to 10th grade. And then the following year, it would go K4, 7th through 11th. And in other words, what I'm asking you to do is the kids that are there now in middle school, we don't want to penalize them by some amendment that, you know, let's do this. That's not fair. So we're not going to ask to send. We're not going to tell any students that are currently there, you have no place to go here next year. We want to keep that stable for them. But we don't want to add grades at the lower level until we have an opportunity in the 5th grade, 6th and all that, until we have the opportunity to try to intervene earlier. So what we're asking is, let us start this early education model, and let us take the current kids that are there, and they will still be able to be there next year. probably because of the numbers of the charter, because we can decide, you know, how many we take in each grade level, we would ask that we be allowed to just have the students that we have and keep doing what we're doing with those kids. But we really want to start loading up on the elementary side and start doing the things that we know. We're going to do some things that we've tested. I've tested down in Texas, and it was incredible. We want to put those people to work to help in Pine Bluff. So that change is being brought before you, and I apologize that it wasn't in there in writing from the beginning. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wimberly. All right, that brings us to the question and answer section by the panel. And who would like to kick us off? Dr. Saunders?
So if I'm correct, you were approved originally 2012, November 2012, correct?
Correct.
So your first year operation was 13-14?
Yes.
Do you believe that you receive a different student population than that of Pine Bluff School District?
We're receiving the similar kids. They're pretty much the same kids. Just the environment that we're providing for these kids are different. It's a smaller, individualized learning setting where kids can be successful and not get lost in the bigger shuffle of having bigger classroom sizes and bigger districts.
Because as I look at the results, and the results that we have from 13-14, comparing, well, first individually, just within your school, on performance results, looking at literacy, percentage passing was 26.47%, 25%. It goes on and math, 16.18%, all students. And I do a comparison with the Pine Bluff School District, and it appears that you're below this Pine Bluff School District in essentially every category. Can you respond to that?
I'd like to respond to that. The students that we receive at Quest are most oftentimes those students who are failing at the surrounding school districts for one reason or the other, be it discipline, be it academically or what have you. But those are mainly the students that we receive there, and we, through RTI and those types of models, we try to build them through those programs to try to get them up to par. But as you know, as we've stated before, it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort for us to do that. And so we may see some gains, but it's not what we would like to see by the end of one school year. Those that have stayed, as you heard from an example of like Frank, you know, you can see a greater gain the longer they stay, the more they become acclimated to what Quest is and how we operate. They begin to perform better because it's a different environment than what they would see at a larger school.
So with that, I understand you to say that you do feel you have a different student population
yes,
than typically. I know that you presented the results on grade levels of your incoming students. Do you have any results on grade levels of those students as they've progressed throughout your system?
Well, the data that you looked at is a combination of those students that have been there, and even the ones that have actually been there, they came in on, as I stated before, as a 2.5 grade levels below where they should have been, and so those are the gains that you've seen from all the combined population.
I'm a little confused. Can I follow up on that? Can we bring up that slide with the 2.5 number on it? Not the graph. I think it was narrative. I just want to make sure we're understanding and talking about the same thing. So those that, for example, the top one, those that have enrolled, and I think each one of those cases addresses those that have enrolled. What about those that have been there? For example, that first group, that cohort, They come in at 2.5 grade levels behind. Where are they at after a year or after 2 years?
That data we will have to get to you. Neither one of us was here during that time. We both just started during the 2014-2015 school year. So our data is based off what we are seeing and what's going on since we have been there. So we can get that data to you if you want it.
I think it's real important because what I'm trying to look at is what are the students' gains while they are there, and what I'm seeing is disturbing to me. It just I have.
You're right. It is disturbing. We are when we went in there the first year, we started a middle school because we were asked to. So we started and we hired administration and staff and teachers. And I was not working with it then. I was still in Texas doing things, but I was paying a little bit of attention to it. And when I came in toward late spring, we were being told, we were looking and watching, but when those first results came out, it became very evident to me that we needed a wholesale change in everything. So we did. We had that wholesale change, and we brought in a turnaround director from Texas, someone that I'd worked with for years and trained, and she turned it around, and then I said, now we're ready to start. But, as explained earlier, charter schools get accused all the time of we cream the crop. We go and we find the best kids and we somehow talk them into coming to our schools from the district. That's not what's going on in Pine Bluff. We've heard from students who, and we do have these students who are, most of them are coming to us. They're not special ed, but they are failing in a system that I think if you look at all of the results, it's probably a failing system as well. And so these kids are coming in and they're not doing well. We're willing to take the risk, especially this past year. We take the risk of you getting a piece of paper with charts and numbers on it. And I apologize. We can get you the data about this year's results. We received an F. We looked at all of the schools in the area. But what I've seen this year with the staff that we have and what I've seen this year with the teachers that we have, we now have the team. It's all new teachers. And it's people from that area, but we feel like those teachers, yeah, I would never say, oh, these are the cream of the crop of anyone in this area. But I definitely can tell you that I think we have the best educational team now. It's taken a couple of years for us to get to a point where I feel like, when I tell people, we have these schools, and we have this school, and we have that school in Bentonville and West Little Rock and different places like that, they love the conversation. And I say, and then we have one in Pine Bluff. And it's different than any other place that I've ever seen. So we now have the team that I think can make this happen, and we are seeing growth. We still got an F, but we are seeing growth on our map data. And we'll have that data, and I can get it to you. Our teams will put that together and show you that. But one of the things that's become very clear for us is we've got to start earlier. Because as they're coming to us in 5th grade, we're just having to do so much of trying to get them back where they need to be. And we're just saying, let us start kindergarten, 1st and 2nd. Now, I agree. When you look at the chart, yeah, it's probably disturbing. And I may end up after 5 years and someone here say, you know what, you are not good for Pine Bluff kids. That may be true. Okay. We're doing everything that we can do there, but we're not doing the best that we can do. And we think we can with this amendment. We think we can start earlier. We think we can get to where we don't have kids who, by the time they're in 5th grade, have already developed learned helplessness. They don't think they can do anything about their situation by that time. That's all we're asking, is allow us to start this a little earlier, keep the population we have, and yeah, the numbers don't look good right now. But it's certainly not because we don't know what we're doing, and it's certainly not because This is different than anything we have. All of these, I mean, our schools do well. But we got to do something different in Pine Bluff. We have to do something different in Pine Bluff. Sorry.
Dr. Wimberly, I want to ask a question that I need clarification on. What are the number of days that your school is in session each year?
178.
And what is the time of day? What is the length of day?
School day starts from 7:30 to 3:30.
Ms. Barnes?
7:30 to 3:30. Do you have, how long do you have for lunch?
30 minutes. We actually have 2 lunches of 30 minutes because of the number of kids.
Okay. I wanna come back to that, but I would like to ask a couple of questions, I think, with respect to, I understand, and first of all, thank you all for coming, and thank you for your presentation. I understand that you have taken on a task of trying to accelerate learning for students, and I appreciate the young people that spoke to us. I have a couple of concerns that your first year was last year?
No, that was the second year.
Second year. And so because of that, I'm concerned with respect to when I was looking at the report card and some preliminary data, I didn't see where any of the measurements that I would be looking for have been met. First of all, how many students do you have currently?
We have 98 students currently.
Okay. And so when I look at the fact that you're assessing them, but you're not bringing any of them to proficiency, many of them, I shouldn't say any. If you test, let's say those 98, how many of those students were proficient?
We just finished up on doing the MAP assessment, so we're currently assessing that data for how many kids are proficient. We haven't received our test scores for last year because the only ones released is the high school test scores. So we don't know exactly how many from the 98 are actually there other than what we're trying to do in the schools.
Okay. Have you or anyone at the school taken a look at your preliminary information in the database and through the Trian account?
We printed that information out Monday, but we haven't really dove into it because our focus was
yes, coming. Yes, I understand that. I understand that. Okay. Okay, so I think what I'm trying to be thoughtful in how I'm wording my question. My question is, what have you done that makes you feel if you continue to do it exactly the way you're doing it, the students will perform better? Because you know, it's already been stated, the school did receive an F on the school rating, and it was a low score. And I would think that you would want to get some things moving, sustain that, to demonstrate that this is what's working. And I don't see that when I look at your preliminary data. So maybe you can help me. Maybe I'm not looking at the right information.
Okay.
One of the things that I discovered when I came aboard at Quest was that the students nor the parents had knowledge of, you know, what a grade level looked like, what test scores looked like, what the data really said, what it meant, that type of thing. So one of the things that I began doing was sharing with the students. As you could hear from my students that came up, they knew what grade levels they were reading on and where they were as far as the data, what the data said. We've also shared that information with parents, and parents are become more involved with our school. And we feel that if we can sustain that at the level where we are, as well as share that in the elementary levels as well, we will begin to see, with the cooperation of parent and school working together, we'll be able to see those successes and those gains.
Dr. Jones.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Mr. Saunders, Dr. Saunders referred to the 2014 test scores, which aren't just below Pine Bluff, they're significantly below both middle schools in Pine Bluff. Also, you're not aware of your PARCC data yet, although you can view that information, and apparently you don't have students meeting the measure of proficiency there. Give me another measurable piece of data I can look at that shows you've been successful with these kids. Any other measure?
And I agree with you. The data is not very pleasing to the eye. And what's going on is we're receiving the kids that are getting left behind in the districts.
Can I ask you a question? Do y'all provide transportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how many kids do you transport to school?
We currently transport 80% of our student body to school.
I would contend that your population can be matched with the Pine Bluff Schools population. For every student that you have, they have that many and more failing in their schools. And so to say that you don't have a similar population, I don't believe that piece of data, because we know what we have in the Pine Bluff School District as well.
Well, and our reference to that would be more in line with probably percentages. You have students at different levels. We seem to be getting a very large percentage, whereas, yeah, we're certainly not sitting here saying, woe is us, we're so different. No, it's a community issue. But the kids that are coming to our school, the percentage of those kids who are way behind looks like it's much more. We did buy a bus this year. It's the only school in our entire system that we bought a brand new bus for to help, because we felt like they needed that.
Is this the first year that you transport?
It is.
So when I look at 2014 scores, in that population...
I'm sorry, last year was the first year. This last school year was the first year we had a bus.
In 2014 scores?
14 and 15, yes.
Not 13, 14.
No, right.
Okay. You didn't have the neediest kids who parents could not or would not transport them to your school. So there's a more needy population out there. Okay, here's my problem. You say you're doing everything you can, yet you have students at school the minimum number of minutes. More could be done. You don't know what your PARCC data is like right now, although that's available to you. Tell me why, give me one measurable reason we would entrust more kids, younger kids, to a failing school that can give me no measure of success.
We do have the data, and I can get the data for you.
That's all I have.
Ms. Pfeffer.
First of all, I just want to take a minute to commend, I think it's Sandy and Frank, our students who spoke, and just tell you I'm very impressed with you. Every time I have to stand up there and talk to the state board, I get so nervous I can't even hardly talk, and you were so articulate, and I really appreciate you being here because I know how hard it is. And thank you for having them here. It does help see a bigger picture of what's going on. I think as I listened to your application and you explaining it to me, I do understand why you're asking to start earlier. I understand that concept. The challenge we have is looking at the data, and just as Dr. Jones said, taking that leap to, would it be wise, would it be good for kids, for us to bring more in with the data that we have to look at. I think if we had additional data, that would help us. Something, though, that also would concern me, and I understand, again, why you would want to extend those grades up beyond 9th grade, but just trying to do that based on your application today without seeing what are your plans for offering those very courses. As a former high school principal, I know how difficult it is to make sure that all of those classes can be taught and meeting the minimum required numbers. So we don't have all of that information today. And so my concerns moving forward would be you're asking us to make decisions and we don't have all of the information that we would need.
Dr. Gocher.
Dr. Wimberly, Mr. Shack, Mr. Robinson, I recognize that student achievement is much more than just math and literacy scores, and I also want to commend Mr. Brown and Ms. Kendall for doing such a great job and presenting to us this morning. I agree with Ms. Pfeffer. It's a very challenging thing to stand before a group, and I commend you for your leadership. And however, since student achievement is more than math and literacy, it also needs to be measurable. And so I do see just evidence with the students that spoke this morning that you are making a difference, but the challenge for this panel is we must have measurable data as well. So I want to commend you, but I also share some of the concerns of my colleagues that in order to take this leap of faith, we've got to use data. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Dr. Saunders?
I just had one more on some of the data presented, and in particular, it was with, from what I'm looking at here, it concerns your attendance rate, roughly around 50%. Does that seem accurate?
That's not accurate for this year. This year, our attendance rate has been 93%. Our students being at school.
Last year, it was around 50%.
Yes.
What do you attribute to that change?
Being able to work with parents, getting parents more involved, letting them know that you can make a change and showing them how to make a change, showing them how to help kids with homework and with assignments, and doing more community outreach to our parents. We've been meeting monthly with the parents just to address where the kids are, what can we do, what can you all do to help close the gaps.
Are you one-to-one with devices for your students?
We're not one-to-one yet. We're two-to-one currently right now. If you add in desktops, then we would be one-to-one.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Leewell?
I don't think you would be here if you didn't think that you could do something different for the elementary students you're trying to pull in. I'll point you to your proposal. In your proposal, you stated that student gaps are created because of a lack of teacher accountability prior to the students' arrival to our campus. You then go on to say that in the elementary component, the teacher is held accountable for each student's personalized academic growth, and we'll discuss that growth on a weekly basis with campus administration. I just wanted a little bit more detail on that. Could you explain how a teacher would be held accountable for personalized academic growth?
Okay, I'm going to let Arnold, he does that day-to-day with the teachers on.
give you an example on that. As I stated earlier, with our RTI program, what we do is we're meeting weekly with as a team, as a group, with teachers, and we're looking at individual student scores, what we can do differently with those students to help them to reach the goals that have been established for those students, and the teacher accountability comes in, and that we're all talking about it. We're all making sure that the data, what the data shows, there is an individual sheet on each student, RTI sheet on each student, where we can kind of track what's going on with those students individually. So that's how we're kind of able to keep up with where our students are, what we need to do differently, those types of things.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robertson, how much time is allowed each day for Tier 2 intervention?
Tier 2 intervention, we have, for our math block, I think it's 40 minutes, and then for our reading block, it's 40 minutes.
In addition to the Tier 1 instruction?
Yes.
And then what offerings do you have for Tier 3 intervention?
Tier 3 is our enrichment. Those kids that are already where they should be. We also have through Study Island. There are some other enrichments like the 4-H that we have come in, that we do other things that tie into the reading and the math that we challenge our students with.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wimberly, I don't pretend to speak for the panel, but I'll speak for myself. I'm excited about anyone who wants to get in there and work to provide a quality education for these students, because they deserve it. Sure. But I too, like Dr. Jones, need to know that the students that are in 5-9 are getting the services they need before we talk about more expansion. Sure. But like Ms. Pfeffer said, I certainly see the value of early intervention and, getting it right from the beginning, but not to lessen that we have a crisis right now for grades 5 through 9. So I ask you, are there any last words that you would like to give us before I ask the panel for a motion?
It's funny because I'd actually told our team I don't want to be introduced, I don't want to speak, I don't need to be seen, I hope I can just show up. But I did tell them that it falls back on me. And so now I think you do need data. My life is research, and we're serving as the chief educator over our system and our 1,600 educators. You'll see me again, because I'm going to come back and ask next time if you say no today. And you will see much more data. You will have opportunity to see measurements. We have all of that data. We just don't have it right here, right now. I just texted our Director of Research and Evaluation and Testing, and I said, I need Pine Bluff's current map data now. They're going to get it to me, and it'll be too late this afternoon, I'm sure. That's okay. It's my failure. So I understand that you go one of two ways. You go yes, or you go no. In light of how this has gone, if I were sitting where you're sitting, I'd say no. We'll come back, because and you may eventually say, they don't even need to be in Pine Bluff. Okay, we'll keep doing what we need to do, because we're doing great things for kids, our 22,000 students. We see tremendous results, but not in Pine Bluff. I just wanted a chance to do it with elementary kids and see if we can't start earlier and do the T-squared, which we tested 3 years ago in South Dallas and had tremendous results from that. That's all I was asking to do. But you need data. So I'll come back and we'll bring the data.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Barnes? Anyone else have any questions or comments? Ms. Clay? Are there any remaining issues? No. Okay. All right, then I'll accept a motion.
I want to make a motion before I do. I just want to say something. I do appreciate y'all being here today. And I do want to say for data in the future, for myself, data that I would like to see is, I know internal data is good and helpful, such as map results and everything else, but I want to see achievement on the statewide results. That's ultimately what I would like to see, and I commend you. I know that you're not in perhaps the easiest situation to teach, and I commend you taking on that challenge. I do not feel comfortable with expanding a system that I believe shows the data right now as being successful, and with that in mind, I would make a motion to deny the amendment.
Second.
Motion has been made by Dr. Saunders and a second by Ms. Barnes to deny the request. Are there any questions, comments? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I have a follow-up motion.
Okay.
Given the concerns for the 98 students that are there, I think that as a board, our responsibility is to have educational concern for those. And I have grave concerns right now. And I would make a motion that they be placed on probation and return next November at this time and provide data from which we can decide where we go from there. Kendra, can I do that? Okay.
You can do that, but you cannot do that today. What we would need to do is set them for a hearing on that particular issue. It would be action on their charter, which the typical language is probation, revocation, or modification. That would have to be done at a separate hearing at a separate meeting because they weren't notified of that for today's hearing.
Okay. Then I will request that you be placed on a future meeting agenda and be notified.
All right, board members, if you will complete your form.
Is that it?
Hang on just a minute.
All right.
We're going to read their responses for the record, and
Thank you very much.
while they're completing those, Dr. Wimberly, we're not asking you to give up. We're saying we believe in you, but you've got to really think outside the box
No, I understand.
to resolve these issues.
We're trying, and we'll get there. Or
Well,
you
I
may
reckon
say we need to
our
go
charter
home.
panel office is available. I'm sure APSRC.
They are.
There are a lot of people that are pulling in your favor.
You know, we have 4 schools. We get to A's in 2 of them and F's in 2 of them. So we're trying to work across the board with them.
Ms. Barnes?
I voted to deny because I feel there's insufficient evidence presented to validate academic successes. I am uncomfortable with the inability to respond to the panel's multiple requests, and sustainable success should be established at the current level prior to expansion.
Dr. Kocher?
I voted for to deny the request. Reason is evidence of academic growth is insufficient and raises much concern when considering expansion of grade levels.
Dr. Jones?
I voted to deny the request. The school has no measure of success. All data indicates they perform significantly below the middle schools in their area.
Mr. Lester?
I voted to deny the request, and I need to see evidence of growth in the current grade levels in order to agree with the amendment to add new grade levels.
Ms. Lewa?
I voted to deny based on the current statistics concerning academic achievement.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I voted to deny the request for the same reasons my colleagues have listed, plus the request to go into the high school level. I think is going to have to be very well thought out and planned.
Okay. Mr. Rogers?
I voted for the motion to deny with the same reason everyone has already stated about the lack of data showing improvement of the current students.
Dr. Saunders?
Did not show evidence of success was my reason for denial.
Dr. Wimberly, as I stated earlier, a lot of people pulling in your direction. Reach out, reach out, sure. Reach out. They are happy to help. They just need you to make the initial point of contact.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
We will take a 7-minute break and come back for the next action item.
Say what?
I tried, sorry. Just have to go with the green. All right. Don't yell at me about it.
I'm there.
Hey, watch it.
Well,
Hey, watch it.
that's one of those statistics that
I know, it's sad.
had a lot longer
Did Jim
conversation.
Even those comments, hey, the village.
Oh, this is.
Yeah, we're in
City. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, anything to do to assist you, sir. That's what I'm here.
I appreciate that.
No, I didn't know him here. I was thinking outside.
See, it goes away. And it comes back.
Look at the difference in that color and that picture there than that one.
Well, the encode, we got a bad encode. That's what gives you the green lines across there.
This one makes me look a lot better.
That's what you get for what you pay.
As much as what we paid us.
You might be on microphone.
Yeah, you better get better real soon.
Yeah. You see, I'm fixing to text somebody right now and say, hey. Especially since I'm fixing to spend $25. Oh, it is. Oh no, swear, that. I'll send you the link and let you see what everything it does. If it had legs, it's over the top.
You better do that anyway, that price.
It's well,
Better buy the next legs feature.
that's what's coming next.
She's funny though. She's great.
We're ready to begin. Representative May, Representative Gray.
Oh, hello.
If Representative Gray is in the room. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me time to speak this morning. I'm here on behalf of Cave City Schools, and I actually just found out about this a couple of weeks ago, and Mr. Green asked for my help. And anyone that knows me knows that I always say I love to help you, but I need to know more about it, make sure I can support it, and that it's good for our community and my constituents. And so he and Vicki both explained to me what they were trying to do, and I'm amazed by it. I think it's a great idea, and I'd actually love to see some of the other schools in my district start moving in this direction. I know when I ran for office, I'm a first-term legislator, and one of the things when I ran for office, I also was running at the same time Governor Hutchinson was running. And one of the things as we would wind up in locations together that we both completely agreed on was college degrees are great. It's something that we need to continue towards in the future. But there's a gap in there with students who don't necessarily want to go to school. They don't have the opportunity to attend a 4-year, or maybe they attend a 2-year and something happens in their life. So there's a gap in there. And one of my children, actually, I have 5 children. One of my children has some disabilities, bilateral hearing loss. He had a brain bleed when he was born. And we do know that more than likely he will never attend a 4-year institution. But we're working with him, and he's currently in an agri program and a business program so that we can help him do something productive once he graduates high school. So this is a little personal to me because I do see that gap, those students who are being left behind. One of the other things that I see in my district, I have 4 counties, I have 1 entire county and parts of 3 others, is we're a very poor district. Overall, we have some areas that are better than others, but overall we're very poor. And so one of the things that we see too is students will leave to go to college or to do something else. They never come back. And so one of the things that we struggle with as a district is losing some of our best students to never come back. You know, we need to retain some of those students and the skilled workers, whether it's welding, CNA, nursing, LPN. I know one of our Ozarka College has actually applied to be the first 2-year college to have a bachelor's in nursing because we lose all of our nurses out of my district to other towns. And so that's one of the biggest things that I want to work on as a legislator is keeping our students, keeping my constituents in my county, in my district to help us prosper, better future. Try to bring up that, I know they will speak about the number of students we have on free and reduced lunches, and that'll tell you a lot about our district, but economic development and just making it a better place for our children. So I fully support what they are doing. I think it's very innovative. I'd love to see other schools in my district do it. And I'm also very grateful to both of the colleges that are represented here today. UACCB and Ozarka College have been very innovative in their way of thinking and trying to bring the technical aspect to the high school, doing it, in a concurrent setting. Once those children, a lot of the poorer children, once they leave that high school, they may never have the opportunity for any type of higher education. And so, in my mind, this is a huge, life-changing career option for them to be able to get their welding certificate or CNA or a business certificate or something that they can actually help their family with and live a better life. So legislators can talk, for hours at a time. So I appreciate all of your time to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd, you're recognized for action item 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Action item 3 is a hearing of the district conversion public charter school application from Cave City High School Career and Collegiate Preparatory School. Cave City High School Career and College Preparatory School is a proposed district conversion public charter school. The applicant is requesting to serve students in grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,200. ADE staff reviewed the application and concerns were shared with the applicant for a response. The application, the ADE evaluation, and the applicant's response are included for your review today. First up for Cave City, we have their superintendent, Stephen Green, to speak on their behalf.
If all representatives from the Cave City High School Career and Collegiate Preparatory School will stand, and anyone speaking in opposition, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Dr. Green?
Good morning. I'm Stephen Green, Superintendent of the Cave City School District. First of all, I want to thank you for your time, for allowing us to present our application. We believe this is a tremendous opportunity for not only our students, but for our community as well. It's Speaking on our behalf today will be Mr. Mark Walling, high school principal, Mrs. Cheryl Burrell, who will be our charter director, Mrs. Vicki Green, our high school counselor, and we're also proud to have representative of two of our community partners here today, Dr. Richard Dahl, president of Ozarka College in Melbourne, and Dr. Brian Schonk and Chancellor Debbie Fraser of UACCB in Batesville. We're also very pleased to have state representatives Michelle Gray and Mr. James Sturge, who was here previously, here today, showing their support as well. Thank you all for coming. I'd like to share with you a little bit of information about our district and our community. Cave City School District serves about 1,270 students in grades K through 12. We're located primarily in Sharp County in north central Arkansas. Sharp County is a Tier 4 county, which is recognized as one of the poorer counties in the state. The number of students qualifying for free and reduced lunches has steadily increased over the past years to its highest point ever. Right now, we're at 77.2% of our students that qualify for free reduced lunch. Cave City annexed Evening Shade School District in 2004, increasing our boundaries to 285 square miles. We use 20 bus routes to transport kids on primarily dirt roads. We're actually the largest employer in the entire district, having 177 employees. The next largest would be Cave City Nursing Home, which typically has between 80 and 85. And we have a small manufacturing plant called UniFirst, which has about 50 employees. We are a very proud blue-collar community, very faith-based, and very supportive of education. There's no greater example of this than the passage of a millage in 2004 to build a brand new high school. Though lacking in financial resources, our patrons passed a 9.6 millage, which only generated a little over $6 million towards the cost of a new school, but it was all that they could do. We love our community and appreciate them in every way. And now to share information on our students is our high school principal, Mr. Mark Walling. Thank you.
Good morning. Despite these obstacles that Mr. Green mentioned, we do feel like we've been a progressive and successful high school throughout the years. We're coming to you, we feel like, from a very strong, proactive position. Our ACT scores, Mr. Green agreed several years ago that we would test all our 11th graders. I know that's a statewide initiative this year. We've tested all our 11th graders for several years so that all our kids would have an opportunity to take that test. Mr. Green's paid for that for several years. Our ACT average has been very comparable to the state average. We've never quite met the state average, but it's always been a goal of ours, testing all our kids to meet the state average. We've gotten close, but we've never quite made that, but that's certainly been a goal to my staff through the years. Last several graduating classes, about 60% of our kids have actually been attending college. That's an outstanding number for our area. We're proud of that number. We attribute most of that success to an agreement we reached with UACCB and Ms. Fraser several years ago called Project College Bound. Any high school kid that we graduate is automatically enrolled at UACCB. UACCB takes them through all the application process. They take them through the financial aid process. They take them through the scheduling process while they're seniors at Cave City High School. Our kids have a ticket to attend UACCB once they get a Cave City High School diploma. All they have to do is show up the first day. It's an outstanding partnership we have with them. We're certainly proud of our partnership with Ozarka as well. Ozarka has what they call the College Now Scholarship. If a high school senior at Cave City High School takes 12 concurrent hours with Ozarka, and we're going to offer that to them at no cost, little or no cost. Ozarka has a College Now Scholarship where the first 12 hours on Ozarka's campus are free. It's very possible that a Cave City High School student could get their first 24 hours of college completely for free. We're proud of those. But we did some research, and in preparing for the charter school, the class of 2011, only 8% of those kids had graduated on time with a 4-year degree. Even though those kids have been out of our system for 4 years, we found that number unacceptable. It's just too low. So we got to asking questions about what we could do and how we could manage that situation. 25% of that class had gone on the workforce or military, and 15% we felt were not gainfully employed. We felt like we'd underserved those students. We felt like that our borderline college and technical students had been underserved. So we started, that's why the charter application. Talk about some of the other things we've done through the years meeting all our students' needs. We were a literacy design curriculum and a math design curriculum pilot school several years ago. I'm proud of the fact that we partnered with Southern Regional Education Board there. We were the only school in North Central Co-op and in Northeast Co-op that went through that process. My teachers appreciated it. That carried out to the kids. I would like to show you our park scores. In every category, we are above the state average. And I think it's directly attributed to the fact that we had done MDC and LDC with our staff. We're very proud of our park scores. I'd particularly like to focus your attention upon the 10th grade scores there that are 22 points above the state average. Ms. Green hand counted the 10th graders yesterday, and 60% of my 10th graders had scored a 4 or 5 on the park literacy exam. That's attributed mainly to my staff, but we're certainly proud of those numbers. Also, in the high school performance score that come out in the spring, our high school scored a 262. That was the highest score of any neighboring district, Batesville, Highland, Melbourne, and Izard County. And it was also the highest score on the school performance of the high schools in the 4-3A conference, which includes some outstanding Northeast Arkansas high schools, Highland, Pocahontas, Brooklyn, Jonesboro West Side, some very good schools. We're very proud of what we've accomplished. We also have a full-time career coach at Cave City High School to take our kids through that process of enrolling in school or careers. And we were able to get a career coach because we are a Tier 4 county. We've had a career coach now for 5 or 6 years, and that has also led to success rate of our students attending college and being gainfully employed in the workplace. But 8% of the class of 2011 is just not acceptable to us. Ms. Bell will talk to you here about what the charter will specifically do for our children.
We have these wonderful resources in place, but we know that we can always improve and we can always do more. Even though we will continue to be a traditional high school environment, we are looking to add opportunities for our students to earn value-added diplomas. Our first step in this direction will be our personalized success plans, and that's just what those are. It's individualized goals and a plan to get students to those goals. We're trying to meet the needs of all of our students, our college-bound students, non-college-bound students, GT students, and special needs students. We're doing this to create purposeful educational experiences for all of our students. We know that these plans are adaptable and changeable, and we're willing to do that for our students. Another component is the addition of the technical certification programs. We're looking to add certification programs for our students so that they can earn skills that they need to enter the workforce after high school. We're testing the waters with this year with our welding program. We have 10 students that we bused to our local community college. They receive 2 hours of welding instruction and they're bused back to our campus. Once they return to our campus, they seamlessly transition into our traditional classroom courses. The problem and challenge with this for us this semester has been that these students have to be on campus by 7:30 to catch the bus to our local community college. And unfortunately, that excludes some of our students that don't drive or have transportation to school besides our bus routes. We just feel that's unfair. We're also going to test the waters in the spring with our certified nursing program. We have a community sponsor for that program who's agreed to donate implementation money, startup money, and even cover the tuition costs for those students. The challenge with that program will be that those students have to stay after school. They have to commit to an hour after school 4 days a week. This means that those students have to choose between after-school programs, after-school sports, and our resources that we have available after school. And we also feel that's unfair to those students. We would like to offer those certification programs during our traditional day. For our college-bound students, we currently have 6 AP courses that we offer. That's 2 above regulation that we're required to have. We offer up to 60 hours of college credit through concurrent and online courses for our students. Our really ambitious students could even earn an associate's degree at the time that they graduate high school, and that is stackable with our local community colleges. I don't know what I just did. For our non-college bound students, I'll just continue on. This means that we have certification programs in place for them where, it's going to fix it, they can gain skills to make themselves employable after high school. We have our welding in place, the CNA program in place. In the fall of 2016, we're looking to add our first responder and even an EMT program study for those students. We know that college is not for every student after high school. Some will choose to wait, and some may choose to never go to college at all. We also want to give those people and students skills to be successful in our community after high school. The most exciting piece of this is the hybrid nature of our programs. The overlap between the two programs. Our college-bound students will also want to go through the certification programs. For example, if we have a student that wants to go to nursing school, that student might want to complete the Certified Nursing Assistant, the program on our campus. So that while they're in nursing school, they can have meaningful employment, they can work for above minimum wage, and support themselves through college. That 8% retention rate that you saw earlier, we think that these certification programs will help with that number. It's going to help our college retention rate. It's going to help our college completion rate. For our non-college bound students, as I said before, we're giving them skills that they need to enter the workforce, gain employment above minimum wage. For these students, it may be an ending point. It may be that they enter the workforce and they have a career in the area that they're certified. We want them to gain employment in our community above minimum wage so that they can sustain and be independent. I also want to talk to you about some of the technology that we have in place on our campus. There's a slide for this. Our facilities are conducive for 21st century learning skills. We have high-density wireless access points in every classroom in our entire district. We have a 1-to-1 student ratio on our devices. Our students are learning on multiple platforms: PCs, Apples, iPads, Chromebooks, Microsoft Office softwares, Google softwares. We feel that this shows our commitment to our students. We feel like these are skills that they need after high school to gain employment in our community. We are currently doing what we can. We are committed to our students, as you can see, through LDC, MDC. We do MAPS testing, and that data drives our instruction in the classrooms. And we feel like that shows through our PARCC scores. We're creating new and relevant experiences for all of our students. We're requesting that Cave City High School become a charter high school. We understand that all students will benefit from some of the programs in the charter. We also realize that not all students will participate in the charter programs. Students will be able to move seamlessly between the charter programs and traditional education courses. We need some barriers removed so that we can continue to improve and meet the standards of our students and raise the standard of living for all of our students after graduation. In the words of Maya Angelou, when we do better, when you know better, you do better. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to do better. Our families and community, as you heard before, they're poor. They're kind of in a rut. They're very proud. They don't want someone to pull them out of that rut. They want someone to build the stairs so that they can pull themselves out and climb out themselves. And that's what we're trying to do, is build the stairs for them. I would now like to introduce Ms. Vicki Green to tell you more about what this will mean for our students.
Good morning. My name is Vicki Green, and I'm the counselor for Cave City High School. I graduated over the mic. I'm so tall, especially after this bell. But I graduated from Cave City High School, as did all of our presenters today, as did most of our parents. We have all worked in other districts or in other industries, and we have all returned to the home we love. We are fully invested in this school and in this community. The passage of Act 994 was an answered prayer for my students. It's a game changer. We are now able to fund some concurrent coursework for my students. It's a way to level the playing field, regardless of socioeconomic status. Our concurrent enrollment has almost tripled for this academic school year. We do have other supports and other sponsors for our concurrent enrollment. And the slide was up a while ago. There. These are some of our partners. Cave City Nursing Home has been very generous in letting us borrow some equipment and some items to help start our CNA program, hopefully this spring. UACCB and Ozarka both offer discounted college courses to our students. College classes for my kids are about half of what a typical student would pay if they were out of school. The Bank of Cave City has donated over $12,000 the past few years to help fund concurrent coursework. In addition, we have a new sponsor this year, First Community Bank of Sharp County. They have donated $6,000 this academic year to start our CNA program that will fund the students, their textbooks, and also help provide some equipment to get started. They have also agreed to fund future students for future years in the amount of 10 students a year annually from this point forward. In light of this, though, we're not going to lose focus of our college students or our AP coursework. We're a big believer in those programs. Last year, we graduated 2 Distinguished Governor Scholarship recipients. That's an ACT of 32 or higher from our small district. Previous year, we had 2 governor's recipients as well. This year, I have a young man with a 33. He's going to be a distinguished governor's as well. We had a freshman last year score 31. So hopefully he'll get that extra point over the next few years. However, what we're finding is academic preparation is not enough for these students. And that's the reason we stand before you today. Our percentage of students on free or reduced lunches is increasing every year. Our SNAP eligibility is increasing, our direct certifications as well. Interesting enough, I thought our SNAP count was pretty high whenever I started at 40% for the district. Doing the research, I think we're actually underfunded for that. Keep in mind, I do many FAFSAs every school year for a lot of our students. And if you look at the guidelines to be able to eligible for free and reduced lunches, and if you look at the guidelines for SNAP eligibility, we have a lot more patrons who would qualify for that. One, I think they're not because it is a pride issue. They want to do it themselves. 2, I think there's some logistical issues in place. The office is in the north end of the county. Many of our folks don't have the transportation or the funding to get there. There's an online application. Our parents don't necessarily have the skill set, the technology skills, or the internet access to be able to complete the application. I think those 2 issues are also present with our students when they leave us. I think a lot of times they don't have the funding to be able to travel because we do not have a college within our immediate city limits. You know, you're looking at 20 to 30 minutes for most of our students to be able to get either to Ozarka or to UACCB. These barriers stay with these students. In addition, our kids need these skill sets. They need the technology skills. They need to be able to function in the world of higher education, to be able to achieve their God-given potential. Attending college, especially a 4-year institution, is very overwhelming for many of my students. Mr. Walling mentioned earlier that only 8% of the class of 2011 finished a degree. 8% in 4 years, which I know the research that most kids take 5 or 6 years. The problem with that, my students don't have 5 or 6 years. Their funding's going to end. They do not have college funds set up for them. Their scholarships run out after 4 years, so I do think that's a hindrance to a lot of my students. I think we can try to get them on that path a little earlier so hopefully they can finish their degree. But the socioeconomic status of our students does not change upon graduation. The Wall Street Journal did a study to where 1 in 5 students from the lowest tax income bracket finished their degrees. 99% of those from the upper income bracket were able to complete their college degrees. We have to be able to remove some of these barriers, and we need to start removing these while they're in our care, while they are with us. I had one young lady, she lived in a portable building by a chicken house. She scored a 24 on her ACT. Now keep in mind this was 15 minutes down a dirt road. That was the only ACT she ever took. It was state testing. School day, we register them, she's there. And we see students like this not achieving their potential. With this charter in place, she could maybe graduate with her CNA. She could even graduate with all her LPN prerequisites and start an LPN program at either of those 2 colleges. College now, she would receive funding for the first semester. Now, this young lady with a 24 would have had tuition. But I have many students, what about those with a 16, 17, or 18 on their ACT? More than capable of doing these programs. That would be a way to fund those students. But we need to provide these opportunities now. We want the charter status to be able, because number 1, the opportunities may not be for them later, may not be there for them later. Number 2, to provide the scaffolding to ensure their success. We want to teach them the skills necessary to navigate in the world of higher ed. Our students want an education. Help us be that instrument of change in our community to be able to provide it. And now we have a video of a few student voices today.
I think it means that I'm able to try out the college courses before and figure out my strategies before I have to go to college and fully indulge myself into all the college classes.
For me, it's a lot easier to take them during high school because you know more people, you know your teachers, and they're more likely to help you because there's less students in that classroom.
To me, it means that I can ease myself into college instead of just getting slammed right into the whole mess of everything in college. I can just take a few classes and slowly ease my way up.
Some of us don't have the resources that we will need to go into college classes right off the bat. And for us to clear out as many classes as we can for free, that'll just be a great help on us and our parents for trying to pay for college. In high school, we have a lot more resources here that we know how to use, and they're free to us. We're really thankful for this opportunity, and we hope that it will continue on so that other students can take advantage of this great thing as well.
I'm 100 Walls, and the welding program, it was completely free for me. I'm going to use it to fund my college with, and I'm going to use it to live on, for money to live on and stuff like that.
I've always, ever since preschool, wanted to be a nurse, and so therefore I decided, well, the school's offering this program this year, so why not go ahead and take the opportunity. So with the CNA degree that I'm going to be getting next semester, I am going to hopefully further my degree, get an LPN, and then further it on to an RN. My family's not really ever had much, and so this is really great that I'm able to get this program and it not really costs as much. And it's just a really great opportunity for me.
Mr. Green, that concludes our 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Is there anyone that will speak in opposition? Mr. Green, you have 5 additional minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. This charter is a tremendous opportunity for our kids, and also could provide excellent economic development for our community. As you've heard, the flexibility provided will reduce barriers and level the playing field for our students. I'd like to defer the rest of my time to our community partners, have Chancellor Frazier and Dr. Dahl that would like to make some remarks. Dr. Dahl.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Green, and I appreciate your senior team and your entrepreneurial spirit. I'm Dr. Richard Dahl, I'm the president at Ozarka College, and it's a pleasure to be here. We're very excited at the college, as is our sister institution down the road at UACCB. We're very excited to support Cave City in this. Both colleges are very innovative. We're in a position to offer some very exciting programs, and the College Now Scholarship was mentioned, and that is an opportunity for many students who otherwise wouldn't have such an opportunity to have the first year of college credit for $600. It's $600 plus books, compared to $5,000 or $6,000 or more at other state four-year institutions. So it's a very exciting opportunity. So both colleges offer things that are very interesting and unique. We did, in about a 2 or 3 week period, develop a early childhood education certificate program with Cave City, and that's very exciting. So we are fairly new in partnering with Cave City, but we're very enthusiastic about the opportunity and their innovative culture. We do have plans to offer in the works that we might explore in the future. We offer an aviation professional pilot program, so there's some exciting things that, and also the BSN in nursing, as Representative Gray mentioned, we hope to be the first 2-year in Arkansas to offer that in the region. I'm a product of the region. I was away as a Navy pilot for a long time, but came back, so I understand these students as they do, as was mentioned by several speakers. You know, it's an impoverished area, but it's an area with an awful lot of potential. 80% of our students at Ozarka College meet a very high level of need or Pell eligible, and we're trying to limit the amount of loans and indebtedness that our students incur through partnerships like this. As all of our legislators and the Board of Higher Education and the Education Board of the state will tell you, final comments, concurrent education, not concurrent rather, but the remedial education, developmental education is very, very expensive. It's something we can no longer accept. And this is an opportunity, as we have proven with our partnership with Cave City and our eight other high schools that we serve in northern Arkansas and 4 or 5 in southern Missouri, actually. This is an opportunity to reduce the amount of remedial education needed for our students that we share in partnering so that they can get right into college-bearing classes when they come to either UAC, CB, Ozarka College, or one of the 4 years. So it's really a powerful opportunity. We're very excited to share this with them, and this is our most enthusiastic partnership and best partnership, frankly, at this point that we have in the state. So I fully endorse their application as a charter school. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will say a few words on behalf of the Cave City charter application. My name is Deborah Frazier. I'm the University of Arkansas Community College at Batesville Chancellor, and I've had the opportunity, and my staff has had the opportunity to work with Cave City's innovative leadership for over 10 years. We have partnered with them on several occasions, as Mr. Green alluded to just a few moments ago, that they were one of the first high schools that participated in our college project bound. It has been very successful. That occurred in 2007. In 2010, we successfully partnered with Cave City again with the initiative, the Career Coach Initiative. I will tell you that these people were very, very adamant that the very right person be selected. They were on our search committee. We're very collaborative. They're very innovative. They have, if I could describe the Cave City School District in just a few words, it would be that they are very student-centered. What they do every day, Principal Walling and his staff, Superintendent Green, is that they ensure opportunities are going to be had for their students. They promote their high school students and the future for those students. And I appreciate the opportunity to say they're remarkable to work with, and we fully support this charter.
Thank you. Any closing words, Mr. Green?
No, thank you. Thank y'all for your time very much.
All right, panel. Dr. Gocher, if you'll start our Q&A.
Good morning. I first of all want to commend you all for an excellent presentation. It's awesome to see the community partnerships demonstrated by your attendance here with your legislative support as well as your community support. Keeping in mind of your free and reduced numbers as evidenced in your application, and the reference 2 or 3 times by the Charter Internal Review Board or Committee, talking about a transportation plan and specific reference to the extended day, knowing that it's also been referenced the amount of kids and the length of miles that they reside on dirt roads as well. So talk more about that. I know that that could be a barrier for many of the kids, especially those that are wanting to achieve in this area. So please.
We appreciate the opportunity to answer the question also. For several years, we've offered CPEP in the summer and also summer school. We've provided transportation there. We have had an extended day. It's not formal, but we have had an extended day to 4, 4:05, 4:10 for a lot of programs outside of this charter in particular, including tutoring, CPEP again, ACT preparation there, and also interventions that we would have offered throughout the years. This in particular, the reason we brought it in the charter was because we wanted to have our students who do not have technology access at home, if they are taking an online course or possibly 2 online courses, to have the opportunity in the extended day, again it's not formal, to be able to access our library, our computer labs. For several years, Mr. Green has committed a bus route in the afternoon to take some of those extra kids home if they need it, but for the most part, again, in the CPEP in the summer, we have pickup points and we get those kids to school. Mr. Green's committed to taking those kids home if that's what it needs to be. The exciting part about the personalized success plans is if that's a barrier for that kid and we didn't know it, maybe it'll be written in those personalized success plans and we can approach the family, the kid, hey, come stay after school, do your couple online classes if that's what it is. And we'll have a bus come through and pick you up and take you home. Thank you for the question.
you'll find a way to get them home.
Yes,
Is that what
sir.
I'm hearing?
Absolutely.
Ms. Pfeffer?
My question is on the licensure waiver, and I'm trying to think through it and maybe need to do it out loud, but not all of your kids will be part of the charter, correct?
All the kids will have an opportunity to be in the charter.
Right, but you still will have like your district, and then you'll have, as part of the district, there'll be a charter within the district. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We would like for the whole high school to be in the charter.
Okay, because I'm just trying to think through with the wording here, and I understand you're talking about the waiver from licensure. You say it will be used mostly, if not totally, for instruction in non-core courses, and this may even be a question for legal because I don't want to trip anybody up.
Yes, ma'am.
But I guess my question is, if you have some students who are participating in the charter, some who are not, does that make a difference on the licensure requirement for teachers if we were to do that? Does that make sense, Ms. Clay, what I'm asking?
It does make sense. If students are not participating in the charter, they will not, the teachers of those classes will have to be licensed in accordance with the licensure statutes and rules. The only exception would be if the school district itself pursued a waiver through another mechanism by the state board authorizing waiver because it had been granted to an open enrollment charter school. But the waivers only apply to the charter school and the students that the charter school serves.
So how might that need to be worded within that, or how do we need to articulate that? Because I don't think they're asking for a licensure waiver for their math, English, science teachers necessarily, but if the waiver's granted for the charter, it could be that they would employ a teacher not licensed. Therefore, I'm trying to figure it out. How do they balance that for students? Because I think I understood somebody say those students may actually go back and forth between being part of the charter and not.
Okay. If the way that if you want to make a waiver that you grant specific to non-core courses, then you can do that. If it's just a general licensure waiver, then they would have the freedom to use that in their core courses as well, but only on their charter students. Now, the issue of students going in the charter and out of the charter, I'm not following exactly what the question is there.
Well, my point was just, you could have, if the waiver were granted, you could have students, 1 minute the teacher may not be required, but then if there were students who were not part of the charter, it could.
So you're saying if there were students, charter students and non-charter students in the same class, that teacher would be required to be licensed in accordance with our statutes and rules?
Yes. So that's my concern, and then I would want to clarify for them what non-core, what the core includes with regards to licensure and highly qualified status. So I guess I know that complicates things, but that's a concern that I have with the way the waiver's worded.
Right. We may need some additional discussion from them, and then if it becomes an issue that we need to make more specific on any waiver that's granted, we can deal with that at that point.
So Mr. Green or Mr. Wallen, can you, what is your goal here?
Our goal here is the good folks at UACCB and Ozarka do not have an Arkansas State teaching license, and our kids going down there taking that welding program, those kids have to get concurrent credit for us. We need a waiver for their people and to be able to give our kids concurrent credit for that. And if those people come to our campus, we would like to use that as well. We currently don't have but one staff member on an alternative licensure plan on our staff, and we would like to draw a distinction between our staff and UACCB, except in this regard. If I had a engineer that had retired and moved to Southern Sharp County, and they did not want to go through that process, I would like to employ that person. If I didn't have anybody else, I might like to employ that person to teach chemistry for us. But that would be the only exception. Otherwise, it's going to be used in the technical programs. If my team has anything to add to that.
And I think I understand what you're saying there. I guess then
As far as the concurrent opportunities, that's really governed by the concurrent agreement. If they're going to be on campus, though, teaching classes for required graduation credit, that waiver would be needed for a non-core class. But then the chemistry situation would bring it back to the core. So, and I'm not trying to be difficult. Again, I'm wanting to make sure that we establish this the way it needs to be. And
one other issue is we do hope to embed some courses. We've been through that process before. We have 2 embedded courses now. We're thrilled to be able to work with Mr. Coy in accomplishing that goal. But to be able to embed the health, like within the LPN prereqs, the Ozarka or UACCB staff are not going to have an Arkansas license to teach health. So to go through the ADE process, it's my understanding that the teacher needs to have both of those certifications. So that would be another reason why we would need the licensure waiver.
So for me to clarify, would it, I'm not real comfortable with the waiver for core classes, licensure, but I can understand the possibility of a waiver for courses where they are receiving concurrent credit.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that what you're looking for?
What
specifically
yes,
to the
sir.
concurrent
The goal
credit
was
classes?
the concurrent credit, of course. We just, especially using UACCB and Ozarka people, most of those people are not going to be employed by us. They're employed by them. But if I did get that waiver, but if it's a deal breaker, that we understand that to leave the cores alone. If a math teacher left me in June and I had this setting, I had that opportunity to hire that person and they didn't want to go through the process, that would be the only thing I can imagine that we would use it for a core. But again, if it's a deal breaker, it's much more important that I get the concurrent credit at the colleges for those students. And that's really why we need the licensure waiver. If you look at it from the standpoint of the students, it works this way right now. We have to go out here and drum up support for a program, get the kids excited, get the parents excited, find 10 kids, and then we have to jump through all the hoops otherwise. We have to put those kids on hold, where if we have the waiver, what are our kids interested in taking? What do they want to do? What programs do they want? And I don't have to worry about on the backside whether or not I'm going to be able to get the waiver or not for those kids and those families. That's why the licensure waiver request.
Just for clarification, you don't have any of the core taught for concurrent credit on their campus? Is that correct?
No, college algebra is taught on our campus by their instructor.
By their instructor.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did I say that correctly?
So you do have some core areas that are concurrent credit?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is to the panel, just my thinking here. Normally I would have more reservations as far as those core areas, but I think what makes me more comfortable is the level of community partnerships that they've established. They've been very proactive with the partnership with UACCB. I think I could be comfortable with the waiver as it's written, and this would be something I would like to monitor over the next few years to see the utilization of teachers. I think it may be an opportunity for us to learn something because of the plan that they put in place and look at staffing needs. And so I guess I would be comfortable going on record saying, that my office, I would like to look and see how this plays out, because there's more and more need for concurrent, and I know that that's not necessarily an issue with licensure if there's a concurrent agreement between the school, but there are questions when those instructors come onto campus and and if the welding course is replacing the career tech welding course. It's a difference in if it's above the minimum graduation requirements and if it's replacing those. But now I think that really Ms. Barnes from Standards I guess I'm needing to know how you feel about that as well. Is that are we creating I guess an unforeseen consequence?
Let's see. Are we creating an unforeseen consequence? No, I think I'm in agreement. Well, I know I'm in agreement with the concept and with everything that we're doing. And since we do have permits that are allowable anyway, I don't see an issue here down the road, and I do agree that it's an opportunity for us to utilize this district's request, should it be granted, as a way to look at additional avenues for other schools and districts to take. So I don't, and, I can't say anything about unforeseen. Anything can happen, but I can say that I'm very comfortable with the concept as it has been presented.
Ms. Pfeffer, what monitoring would you feel comfortable with?
Well, we monitor on a regular basis if there were any ALPs that come through or needs for a long-term sub. And as I said, they've only got one teacher right now who is teaching out of area. I think that what might be good, because this is a kind of a new program, is if my office can just work with them, and we get maybe at the a yearly update on your teacher qualifications and what they're doing, because like I said, I think it's going to help us learn some things and look at how teachers are being utilized depending on their areas of certifications and their backgrounds. So, and so maybe we could just work into a yearly timeline between the licensure office and Mr. Green's office.
Yes, ma'am. If I offered to write a report every year stating who we were, what we were doing, who we were using, if we offered a written report every year, that'd
and
be
this would be your high school only?
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes,
okay, so there would be no changes below. Is that 9 through 12?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that?
Dr. Jones?
Can I add to this? We, as a state, feel if teachers teach their standards, they will be okay on the assessment, the new ACT Aspire assessment. And so when you enter into contract with that higher ed institution and reach that agreement on concurrent, you're the one at the wheel saying, okay, we're going to teach 12th grade concurrent credit. Here are our standards, and you're the one that has to answer in the end. And the way that you follow data, and I can tell from your goals and the data, and you understand your data, you're in constant communication as they change over professors, that you communicate that to them. Because we don't fall behind and say, make sure you're teaching your standards. Because you have so many good listed measures of success, the job shadowing, the 3 hours of college credit, the internships, industrial certification. You have very specified goals, and that's wonderful. I want you to grow those, but I also want you to keep in mind that end of the year summative assessment test. And I do believe by getting these kids into careers, you can get them more motivated to do better in their core classes. So do you understand what I'm saying? It's okay if they feel okay that they're not a certified teacher, but they have to be very aware of the expectations of the standards.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I want to clarify, if I may. Ms. Pfeffer, it was regarding the way that the waiver is currently written. The way that I understand the waiver is it's written, it would allow for a waiver from all licensure 9 through 12th grade on any course. So therefore, there would not be any ALPs or long-term sub requests, correct?
No, we would not. I don't think there would be any of those turned in. So I think it would be a matter of a yearly report at the beginning of the year as to how teachers are being placed, and we would look at that at the beginning of each year and then follow up with them for that, because they would be getting the waiver for their 9 through 12. Without having that waiver, it's going to be very difficult for them, because they're going to have some students that are participating in the charter and some that are not. And if they're in the same class, then you're going back and forth between having to have a licensed teacher or not.
Would you have all students enrolled in your high school in the charter?
Would we have all our students enrolled in the charter?
No.
We do appreciate it, and we will make every endeavor not to take advantage of your graciousness today.
Other questions?
Yeah, I want to follow up on a similar thing. I know you have a request for a waiver from principal licensure and responsibilities.
Pardon? Principal licensure?
Yes.
I don't.
Waiver from 617-302, qualifications and responsibilities of principal.
No, sir. We did ask for a waiver for our library media specialist for those qualifications.
Sorry. I'm looking at page, I guess, 111 on our agenda at the bottom, underneath licensure, item 2. Am I in the wrong place? Page 111 on our agenda.
Oh, pardon me, Ms. Kaufman, may I clarify?
Yes, state your name for the record.
Trip Walter, staff attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center. In visiting with the Cave City team, they have advised me that was an unintentional matter to put in the 617-302 waiver.
So
it
go
was
ahead
for
and strike
teachers
that.
only.
Yes,
sir.
okay.
Will you come back and clarify, you were asking for a waiver for library media specialist?
Yes, ma'am. That's the one we had written in there. It's unique to us in that my high school librarian is also a certified English teacher. She also teaches concurrent English through UACCB for us right now, 12th grade concurrent college English. There are years, there's been a few, given our number of students on campus and given our class sizes, where her numbers have been above 30 every 2 or 3 or 4 years. It's not something that happens every year for us, but we don't want to ask for a numbers waiver where she would have 32 in a class. We don't think that's good. So what I ask for there is that the years I have to split her class and say 16 in 2 classes, that the period that she's out of the library extra, that I be allowed to put an aide in the library for that period so that we can split that class. It doesn't happen very often, but it has happened to us in the past. And rather than asking for us to put 32 in the class, I ask for us to be able to split that class and an aide take care of the library that period for us.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
May I just add a point? As with most of the waivers, I'd call service-based waivers. I just wanted to provide reassurance on behalf of the district, if it hasn't already been made clear, that they will provide the services required. There will be library media services will be provided. They just ask for this flexibility given the unique situation with their current library media specialist.
Thank you. Other questions?
One no.
Dr. Johns?
I appreciate the fact that you've worked with Thomas Coy on your embedded classes. And let me encourage you, as soon as this is approved, if it's approved, to meet with him again and make sure all those are in order. The health concurrent credit will be a first for us, and in order for them to be able to do that, they would have to receive the waiver of the license to be able to do that. But that really is more to protect students than just be a compliance issue. Okay? So as soon as this is over, when you can, meet with him.
Absolutely.
Can I ask
Dr.
a question back on the licensure? It may be for legal. Trying to understand. So if you have a mixed course, saying that some students are in the charter, some students are not in the charter. Let me just give an example. Let's say it's English 1 and the teacher is not licensed. The teacher would have to be licensed because it's a mixed course. Is that correct?
Yes, if there are students in that course that are not a part of the charter, that teacher would have to be licensed.
Okay. And the district does have the ability to come back and file for a waiver for licensure of open enrollment charter schools. For example, licensure for that particular class for those students that are not in the charter. However, it would not apply in that case because they're highly qualified in it being a core class, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
And as is the case with all of these, the instructor would have to be highly qualified, so they would have to have at least a bachelor's degree and either a certain number of college credit hours in that content or have passed the appropriate praxis assessment. So that would be for all of those. And I think I would reiterate, it is not the intent of this school district to put non-licensed educators in English 9, 10, 11, or 12. It would be in situations, especially like the health class where you've got the students, and so I just would advocate, because of the level of involvement from the colleges and the careful planning that has been done, that it would be an opportunity to look at this and see how the waivers utilized and what works best for students, but that if we did start noticing there was an issue, then the charter could be brought back in, and if necessary, that waiver could be adjusted.
Just curious, why don't you have 400 students? Okay. Why are all students not going into the charter? Is it a political issue?
Honestly, most of our freshmen are in regular courses. We want them to have some prereqs. If they're going to do the welding, we want them to do agri-science and technology and our welding before they do the concurrent welding. So at the freshman level, we may see the occasional really bright student who wants to take advantage of that, but that's probably very limited. As they get older and they're seniors, I could see probably close to 100%, I'm hoping, participating in the charter by that point in time. So I think it's going to increase as the students get older and become ready for the courses.
So you have an example of a really good personalized learning plan, and people talk about this all the time, but they can't do that because they don't provide choice. Could that not be a choice as students in the charter, and they just choose a traditional pathway as ninth graders?
Yes,
Yeah, that's why I was trying to figure that out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Would you also address the reason for the 1,200?
Yes, that number 1,200, we've had a lot of questions on that. That number is the number of students that we have in our district. That's why I use the number 1,200. Mainly because I did not want to limit us in any way. And I know that sounds like a large number, especially when we say we have 400 in our high school. But the truth is, we just didn't want to limit ourselves. And that number can be adjusted if needed.
Any other questions? I have one question. As I was reading through, I noticed one reference to electrician. And I didn't see that reference again. So could you talk about, do you have a program for an electrician certificate?
Currently, what we have in the agri department, we do have this electricity course, small engines and things like that. But the NATF, the National Apprentice Training Foundation, we have several of our graduates who are actually four-year master electricians who come and teach those classes. That's a great job opportunity for a lot of my students. It's one night a week, it's 4 hours. Right now, I don't believe there's a course code. I probably couldn't even give students credit for this. But if we could have a waiver of the school day, if I have a young man, I can help him get a job. He would work about 20 hours in that field, attend class one night a week. Now, obviously, he would need to have his graduation credits already achieved to be able to do that. But that would waive his school day. That would enable him to be able to do that. We have visited with ACE briefly. Miss Bell and I are going to make a trip down there as soon as we get a little of this dust kind of settles. But that's our goal with that. So they could start on that 4-year path to a very gainful employment job. So.
I hope you'll include the females as well.
Absolutely.
We're always looking for a good electrician at our house, male or female. And they do, it does pay quite well. I would also encourage you to consider data of the job availability in your area, and I would assume that there's a need for plumbers and heating and air, and I'm thinking of all the people we've had in our home recently that we need qualified people for that make pretty good salaries, and the better qualified they are, the better for the homeowners. You need a chef. Yes. Any other questions?
I do.
Dr. Saunders?
I'd like to kind of go through some of the waivers and just clarify what we're looking at, if that's all right. And if you're on the agenda, I'm just going to begin on page 110, starting with number 1, the professional development was withdrawn, correct?
Yes.
Clarify. Okay. And let's see, number 2, physical education as embedded course. Are you still requesting that, or would you like?
We withdrew that one.
Withdrew. Okay. And on the licensure, as we discussed through many angles, you did strike the principal.
Yes, sir.
Licensure. Okay. The planned instructional day. If you could you just tell me a little bit about that? I know that you're looking at 4 days a week, 2-hour kids coming in at 10 o'clock,
yes,
4 days a week.
What we would do there is, if the college schedule requires those kids to be there from 8 to 10 on Monday through Thursday, but does not require them to go on Fridays, as we would not have that student report to us then until 10 o'clock on Friday morning with that waiver.
So, okay, so what you're looking at, I think, is decreasing that amount of time by the time that they're in the while they're taking college courses.
Yes, sir.
And/or travel time.
Yes, sir.
As well. Okay.
And the travel time is also necessary there because it's a 30-minute trip either way to Ozark or UACCB.
Is that already accommodated for in law? Do we need a waiver from that? Yeah. I think it's already addressed in law, isn't it? Would they need a waiver? Would that waiver be needed?
Can you repeat what the scenario that you're talking about?
Yeah, I think the waiver was for the time that they're enrolled in the concurrent classes and the travel time. And if I'm not correct, I think that's already accommodated for in law, is it not?
Is being instructional time?
Yes.
You're
That
correct.
can already be counted, so would this waiver be needed?
If that's all they're using it for, then no.
Would that be all?
No, there's a lot of...
The apprenticeship program I mentioned, if I had a senior, we're not talking about many students, that's the only other I can think of.
So you would need it on the apprenticeship program?
Yes,
Okay.
we would need it on the apprenticeship.
All right. In the required clock time for unit of credit, can you just hit on that a little bit?
Yeah, it's a travel situation for us. Those kids getting those credits, we just need that seat time waiver, clock time waiver there also for really the same purposes as those kids that are traveling. As it is now, the entire burden of what we're doing is on our students. They have to come at 7:30 if they're going to participate, because we don't have those 2 waivers. They have to stay an extra hour after school. The whole burden's on them. Of course, us getting them home, but that's an hour out of their day, and they have to make choices. With those 2 waivers, we see us being able to offer those within our school day without the burden being on them.
Can you just give me an example of that in application? Would you have a
seat time? Oh, the CNA, yeah. Yeah, CNA would be an example of that in the spring. Those students in the CNA program, which, by the way, we had 26 kids apply for the CNA program. They could only accept 16, so we're proud of the students that come forward with that. But as it's set up in the spring, they're going to stay 7th hour, and then they're going to stay after school to 4:15. That program will be over with about the 1st of April. With a seat time waiver, I could let those students go on after 6th hour, 7th hour, when they're done with that coursework. Again, about the 1st of April, they could go on, they could start, they might even be able to get a job their senior year there the last couple months.
Okay.
Ms. Coughlin, may I? I believe the attempt is to do the same thing, I think, as other conversion charters that have come before you have tried to do, again, to try to deal with the specific issues relating internships, concurrent credit, and making sure that that the district doesn't inadvertently perhaps run afoul of the standards or the statutes in trying to meet the instructional time and seat time requirements.
Number 6, you had withdrawn health and safety.
Yes, sir.
And licensed library media specialist. I had some questions on this one. It seems to me the library media specialist would be pulled out. Would she be the one that you'd be referencing later on as the career coach?
No, sir. My library media specialist is my lady that teaches. She's an employee of ours, but she teaches concurrent credit college English through UACCB. And in the years that I'm above 30 in her class, that I have to split it, I need somebody to cover the library for her, and I'm asking for an aide for that period so that she can teach the 16 kids that would go to the other section of college English.
And that would be for one period a day?
Yes, sir. It would be for 2 if we have to split it.
Okay.
But the aide would only be necessary in there. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I apologize. I understand what you're asking me.
All right. That was the end of them, I believe.
We did want to state, though, that charter school, we're only going to be one LEA. We're only going to be Cave City High School with the charter school. It's not going to be 2 LEAs, and we want to make sure that the committee understands that's not our goal, to be 2 LEAs.
Thank you.
Kendra, you want to speak to that topic?
They will have separate LEAs. It's our staff requires that the conversion charter school, even if it's a school within a school, have a separate LEA than the regular high school.
That's why I wanted you to think about that very carefully, because as you come back and you show measures of success, you have to think about the kids you're pulling off. So the real question is, do you want all of your high school kids in a charter, or do you still want them separated?
The answer is yes.
Yes, what?
The answer is yes to that.
The answer is yes.
You want all your high school kids, it's a charter.
Yes, ma'am. We want all our high school kids in the charter.
I think it's better.
You can still offer the personalized learning and the college routes, and it just opens up, it expands your opportunities. Any other, Ms. Barnes, any other questions? Ms. Clay, are there any remaining issues?
Dr. Saunders almost took care of them for me, but there is one issue. Since they withdrew the request for the principal licensure 617-302, they would also need to withdraw the standards for accreditation 15.02. So if they'll agree to that, I have no other issues.
What so say you?
District agrees to remove that corresponding piece of standards.
Thank you. Any final words? I'll accept a motion.
I move to accept the proposal.
And I second it. And I just want to add to that, this is a neighboring district from where I grew up, and so we know, we kind of keep up with each other, and I am impressed with the progress they've made over the last few years. When I was still at Pocahontas, they really took on LDC, some of those initiatives, and I would say if I were back in the Pocahontas district, I'd be looking at Cave City right now, looking to see maybe if I would want to emulate some of the things they're doing. So I appreciate it, and I'm willing to go out on a limb with the licensure piece, and we'll work together. I guess you'll hear from me quite a bit. So.
Any other questions or comments? We have a motion by Dr. Saunders and a second by Ms. Pfeffer to accept the request from Cave City High School Career and Collegiate Preparatory School. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is passed. If you'll wait patiently, they'll give you a response to why they voted that way. Mr. Green, while they're typing, I would just say how much we appreciate the Cave City School District being willing to step out and take on LDC, MDC. In that pilot year, they did amazing work. Your teachers were just amazing to work with, and they did amazing work, and I think your students have seen the fruits of that labor. Ms. Barnes.
Yes, ma'am. I voted in favor of the request. This concept demonstrates the type of student-responsive approaches to learning and citizenry I expect to see in education.
Dr. Kocher.
I voted for the proposal. I felt the applicant demonstrated strong community partnerships and further demonstrated that their application will meet the needs of their students for college and career readiness, and just added that it was an exemplary model. Well done.
Dr. Jones.
The applicant provided great detail of their goals, measures, and supporting data. They have developed multiple options for students which allow them to create successful personal learning plans.
Mr. Lester.
I believe the district has the programs and the partnerships currently in place to meet the goals as outlined in their application.
Ms. Lewa.
I voted in favor. I think that we have an innovative plan that caters to students that want to attend college and don't want to attend college. We have a plan that will provide students with hands-on experience through internships, jobs, shadowing, etc. There is strong community support and involvement, and I'm not a big fan of teacher licensure waivers, but I think that you've provided a valid and convincing reason for a waiver in this situation.
Ms. Pfeffer.
I believe the district has done much work to lay the foundation for the success of this charter with their community partnerships and support necessary to provide personalized learning opportunities for students.
Mr. Rogers.
I voted for it because of the successful school district along with local community and local institutions of higher support working to give students additional learning opportunities.
Dr. Saunders.
I believe this will provide flexibility to accommodate for their students' needs and prepare them for success.
Congratulations to Cave City, and we'll expect to hear great things from you, and we look forward to those opportunities to share your story across the state. Thank you. We'll take another 7-minute break.
If you want to let people give 10, they take 15. I hear you.
If we can reconvene. Ms. Boyd, you are recognized for action item 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Action item 4, hearing of district conversion, public charter school application, Fayetteville Virtual Academy. Fayetteville Virtual Academy is a proposed district conversion virtual public charter school. The applicant is requesting to serve grades K-12 with a maximum enrollment of 500. ADE staff reviewed the application and concerns were shared with the applicant for response. The application, the ADE evaluation, and the applicant's response are included for your review. On behalf of the Fayetteville School District, we have Holly Johnson, who is the Director of Development, Grants, and Community Relations, to begin their presentation.
If all the representatives from the Fayetteville Virtual Academy and anyone speaking in opposition will please stand to receive the oath. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. As they mentioned, I am Holly Johnson. I'm the Director of Development, Grants, and Community Relations for the Fayetteville School District. I am pleased to be with you today to present our plans for Fayetteville Virtual Academy. And if we may, we had some information that we would like to present to you right now, if we have your permission. Okay. Thank you. Please take a moment to read about the types of students who will benefit from Fayetteville Virtual Academy, and even perhaps select one of those students and imagine yourself the parent or the guardian who is considering our new virtual school. I will give you a few moments to review and then we will begin our presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Paul Hewitt. I'm Superintendent of Fayetteville Public School District, and I am really excited to be here with you today to present you with our virtual charter school proposal. One of our underlying principles in this is to ensure that we're addressing the needs of all of our students in the full spectrum. And we believe this charter school reflects the commitment of our district to innovate and create to educate every child and give them a great opportunity. We currently have 2 schools of innovation in our district. We will have more as we move forward. This charter school is in keeping with our goal of innovating and providing quality education for every child in the district and reaching out to those who may not already even be in our system. So I'm excited to present that today, and I would like to present to you the members of the team who will be here today. Dr. Kim Garrett, who will be doing the bulk of the presentation. She's Associate Superintendent of Secondary Education. Mr. John L. Colbert, who is the Associate Superintendent of Elementary Education. Ms. Kay Jacoby, who is our Director of Curriculum Instruction, Accountability and Assessment. Mr. Mark White, who's Assistant Principal at Fayetteville High School. Ms. Holly Johnson, whom you've met, as our Director of Development, and her job description is other duties as assigned. Kathy Hanlon is our Chief Financial Officer. And again, I'm excited and we'd like to begin this presentation with a short video.
As a Fayetteville High graduate, as a mother of 3 children in the district, as a teacher in the district for many years, and now as an instructional facilitator, I'm thrilled that Fayetteville Public Schools is looking to add a virtual academy. This is something that's been needed for many years. It's a customized program that blends academics with technology and allows for students to do this on their own time and pushes them or supports them as needed depending on their situation.
Join us at Fayetteville Virtual Academy, a virtual learning experience for kindergarten through 12th grade students who demand or require accelerated learning, greater flexibility, or the opportunity to overcome challenging personal circumstances. Virtual learning offers students the flexibility to work at their own pace in the environment of their choosing, guided by well-trained Fayetteville School District teachers and staff in partnership with parents or learning coaches.
I'm currently taking AP Economics online, and I love how it provides flexibility for me. Not only can I work more hours here and there at my job, but it also gives me more time to study come test time for other courses that may be more difficult.
Personalized learning is designed with your student in mind and is aligned to the student's individual needs. Teachers and parents will create the personalized learning plan designed to encompass foundational learning, elective learning, and advanced or specialized learning. The personalized learning plan culminates with a college and career portfolio that reflects academic pursuits, field experiences, college and career visits, assessments, and areas of specialization. The personalized learning plan will include records of ACT Aspire, ACT and SAT tests, advanced placement tests, the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery, and college and career interest inventories. Fayetteville Virtual Academy field experiences take college and career readiness a step further. As a part of the personalized learning plan, student field experiences will be designed to encourage and equip students to pursue higher learning and career choices. Interested in the arts? Spend the day at Crystal Bridges. Skype with an artist. Interested in becoming an engineer? Tour the engineering school at the University of Arkansas. Virtually visit NASA. Field experiences will start with a broad focus for children and become more specific as older students determine their career path. Students will select an area to study deeper through coursework, field experiences, independent research, mentorships, and internships. 4 Fayetteville Virtual Academy courses will be completed in the area of student focus. Specialization areas will include humanities, world languages, fine arts, STEM, wellness, career and technical pursuits, and service to others. Fayetteville Virtual Academy is an exciting part of the future of the Fayetteville Public Schools, which have a long and rich history in Arkansas. A district that can provide more than just the opportunity to take online classes, but also the reward of being part of a society of learners, athletes, musicians, actors, and community servants. Fayetteville Virtual Academy students will graduate with a focused college and career plan, substantiated by field experiences with a diploma from the Fayetteville Public Schools, linking them to a community for a lifetime.
Thank you, members of the Charter Authorizing Panel. I am Kim Garrett, Associate Superintendent for Fayetteville Schools. This is a great opportunity to present our proposal for our Fayetteville Virtual Academy. While we have been working collaboratively with students, teachers, and parents to develop this specific model for over a year, many of us have been thinking for many years about how to take a bigger step into personalized, learner-focused structure that technology will provide us. As a district leader, I am the contact person for all K-12 homeschooled students who live in our district. It is a rare week when I do not get an email from the state granting approval of yet another Fayetteville Public School student to be homeschooled. And while we know that some parents take that responsibility very seriously and they purchase appropriate curriculum, they devote the time needed to teach their children, we all know that many parents simply lack the skills or knowledge to find those appropriate resources to teach their children. But every year, because of unique needs and situations, many students and parents leave our system for a more focused, learner-centered education than the one that we can provide in a traditional education at this time. There are medical needs that prevent some students from being able to function academically for 6 hours in a row or in a typical classroom environment. We have young athletes with dreams of competing nationally or internationally who have long practice schedules. We have students who need to work more hours to support their families or babysit young siblings. We have students who desire to move through courses faster than their grade level peers. And of course, we have our at-risk students. Because of how the internet has changed our lives, many children lose interest in schools that move through set curriculum at one pace. And while our traditional teachers work very diligently to differentiate instruction, connect lessons to their children's lives, the structure of traditional public education system prevents a level of personalization that can be achieved through the virtual, anywhere, anytime type of learning environment. We are excited that the Fayetteville Virtual Academy will provide one of the highest levels of personalization available at this time for those parents and students who need or desire a more personalized approach. Additionally, Fayetteville Virtual Academy will impact the education of all students in our learning system. We are excited to embark on moving to a more learner-centered instructional model in Fayetteville Public Schools, and we believe that our work in the Fayetteville Virtual Academy will serve as an incubator to help all teachers learn how to use more high-quality, personalized teaching strategies in their classrooms. Fayetteville Virtual Academy will not only affect the 500 students who eventually choose a full-time virtual environment, but we believe the school will serve as a model for implementing learner-focused, personalized learning for all Fayetteville children, and even those outside of our district and across the state. At this time, we have selected Fuel Ed as our curriculum provider because we believe that the quality of the curriculum and the flexibility within the curriculum will allow our teachers to add, delete, and tailor the curriculum to the high expectations that we set for all Fayetteville Public School students. Under the umbrella of K-12, we will be using K-12's K-5 curriculum and Fuel Ed's 6-12 curriculum. Both of these packages take place on the platform of PEAK, which is supported by Blackboard. All courses that we use will be aligned to Arkansas standards, and we will seek NCAA approval for our high school courses. We will use Fayetteville Public School teachers to deliver instruction in our core courses, and we will use Fuel Ed teachers for our online electives. Over 65% of Fayetteville Public teachers have at least a master's degree, which makes our faculty one of the best educated staffs in the state. We believe this level of expertise will make a significant difference in the percent of students who are successful through a virtual curriculum package. Because one of the themes of virtual experience is to allow students more choices, we believe that we will always use some Fuel Ed teachers for those unique electives. However, as we grow, we will hire more Fayetteville Public School teachers for the popular electives. Our students will be taking 7 online courses. They will take the 4 core courses, a semester of music and semester of art, full-time of foreign language, and a PE course as the foundation. If a student would like to take an elective course at one of our junior highs or high school, he or she will have that opportunity in addition to the provided courses or to replace the foreign language or PE course if that's not required as a graduation requirement. Additionally, as a Tier 3 intervention support, our struggling 7th through 12th grade students will be able to take a core course in one of our traditional schools to provide that face-to-face support that may be required for some students to be successful. Each student will have a personalized learning plan that supports the flexibility of that student to be a successful learner. This will be based on data, standardized assessments, grades, student inventory, self-assessment, and goals. A plan is then backward mapped to reach these goals, whether a child chooses one course at a time or all 7 at once. A plan for field experiences is created to support relationships, explore the community and students' interests, and to specialize. While we know that younger students will generally be doing more exploration, with the older students doing more specialization, the flexibility of our model supports each student doing field experiences that are tailored to his or her needs. all of our teachers will have office hours on the Fayetteville Virtual Academy on site so that they can schedule groups of students for extended or remedial learning sessions, or students and parents can schedule time face-to-face with our teachers. And we will have the broad array of intervention support and expertise that are available within the comprehensive Fayetteville School District. We have an abundance of reading, language, math supplemental programs. We have district specialists in reading, math, behavior, special education, CTE, 504, and we plan to continue to expand in additional curriculum areas. Since Fayetteville Virtual Academy will be one of our 15 schools and 3 programs, we have a response to intervention structure that is designed to support student success. One of the best parts of a learner-centered instructional model is also the ability to fill in gaps of knowledge compared to just moving on because the unit ended. Our goal is that with this type of instruction, fewer students will need interventions, special education, and 504 because we will be progressing through learning sequences because the student is ready and not because the bell rang. Besides our students having personal contact with our teachers through the design of their personal learning plan, they will have these 2 unique advantages that I have mentioned that many online programs do not offer. They will have the opportunity weekly to participate in field experiences, again, that build those connections and help them understand the larger picture of why a quality education is important to their future. Again, office hours, which is unique to our structure, so that teachers can support small groups and one-on-one extended and remedial learning. The foundation of our model has been created to support success. After reading multiple publications about online learning, visiting with successful online schools, and even a district that stepped back from their online program, we determined to begin small and begin in the middle. First, we are only going to accept 100 students the first year so that we can ensure the high quality of the program that our community is used to. We will begin with a smaller ratio of student-teacher assistants. Then we will add 125 students in grades 9 and 10 the second year. We'll add another 125 students the third year in grades 11 and 12. And the final 4th year, we will go back, pick up K3, and add an additional 150 students, which will put us reaching 500 students K-12. We are starting with grades 4 through 8 because of our research. Most students in the middle level have built a foundation in reading to support their online learning, but they're not building a high school transcript yet. This will then allow us an extra year to ensure that our courses have NCAA approval and work out the structure of those who may want to take advantage of multiple Fayetteville High School electives while still taking their core courses through the virtual school. We're going to pick up K3 last because we've learned that this population relies the heaviest on parental support, and this learning is so critical to all these sequences that go after it. We want the most time to ensure that this is done extremely well. While we have asked for a 40-to-1 student ratio toward the end of our model, in Fayetteville Public Schools, we do what's best to ensure success. For example, we have the ability now in our regular education classrooms with our secondary teachers to have our teachers have up to 150 students. However, you will frequently find across our secondary schools, teachers have much smaller numbers because of their students' unique needs require a smaller class size. We may also do that same thing to provide the support if it's needed. While we have written a grant to help us with startup costs, we have also set aside money in our district that supports us to be able to provide the support necessary to ensure that our students are successful. Because our charter school is part of a comprehensive district, we are able to leverage financial, instructional, special ed, ELL, CTE, and many other supports to ensure success. Our district has the following district staff members that support all of our schools: a director of English language arts, a director of career education, director of gifted and talented and advanced placement, director of federal programs and ESL, 4 math coaches, 15 instructional facilitators, a district behavioral consultant who's board certified behavioral analysis, 8 psychological examiners, and many special ed teachers. In addition, we have already received a grant from the Fayetteville Public School Foundation that will cover the first year of all of our free and reduced lunch students' cost of internet, and will continue to work to provide this access for families who need it. Once we reach 200 students, this school will be financially solvent, and since our goal is to support student success and not make money, we will continue to focus resources on student success. You can see from our timeline that we understand the importance of teacher training. What is not shown on our timeline is that our district leadership team and 4 additional teachers and instructional facilitators in our district attended INICOL last week to deepen our knowledge. We feel very comfortable with the training and the support that our staff members at our virtual program will receive. And of course, we will be using the best practices of multiple and frequent measures of success. Part of the choice of choosing Fuel Ed this year was the ease for which our teachers will be able to frequently gauge how their students are doing, both academically and frequency of use. The flexibility of our structure will even allow for that face-to-face support as it's needed. Our teachers will monitor progress of their students daily. Our teachers will connect with parents weekly. Their personal learning plans will be reviewed monthly at least. We know that whatever we do, we have to be financially solvent so that we can continue to leverage our resources to provide support. We want our students, families, and teachers to be able to achieve their goals and dreams, return each year, tell their friends. In addition, our students demonstrating the academic success of college and career readiness through ACT, AP scores, grades in concurrent courses, certificates for career readiness. We really believe that our students will be more focused so that by the time they reach college, they will have fewer changes in their majors because they have had the opportunity to explore their interest and to specialize and study deeply. Each child is unique, and each child has specific needs and desires. Whether that student is Jack, Kara, Kevin, Ann, as described in the handout that was delivered to you at the beginning of our presentation, or any child who enters our school, our goal is that that child can reach his or her potential. We are excited to be able to implement a model of personalized, student-focused learning in this state. And we look forward to sharing what we learn in supporting more students to reach their dreams and goals. We are available to answer your questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? You have 5 additional minutes.
We so appreciate this time to come before you today. While I have represented the team, please know that this has been a team effort, and it has been my privilege to work with each of them. We also appreciate the guidance and the partnership of ADE as we move forward in all of our efforts to provide options that best meet the needs of our students. Again, I would ask you to consider Jack, Kara, Kevin, and Ann. Each of these students described symbolizes real students in our community who are waiting for an opportunity that we can give them through the Fayetteville Virtual Academy. Jack is an advanced student. He wants to work ahead, but he still wants to be able to participate in district activities with his friends. On average, within our school district, we have approximately 500 students in our gifted and talented programs in the elementary. But we see a gap at the high school level with students who are not enrolling in the rigor that they could be. Giving options to students like Jack, giving them that personalized learning plan to support them will help keep them engaged. Kara, she's an athlete competing at a world-class level. Right now, we have students who fit this profile. We have a medal-winning water skier, a champion golfer, an equestrian. All these students struggle to balance the sport, the love of what they have found value in, but also their education. Again, Fayetteville Virtual Academy makes this possible. Kevin. Students like Kevin are waiting for relief, a way to study that works for him or her. We have approximately 20 homebound students who have found that attending school on a regular basis is just not possible for them. Learning for them is not something that they look forward to. But again, Fayetteville Virtual Academy can provide that support. Anne, she represents those students who they're just now finding their path in life. They're ready to get started. And she's ready for that flexibility that we can give her so that she can push forward and not feel that she's held back those final years. Each and every student at Fayetteville Virtual Academy will also become part of the Fayetteville Public School family and all that that entails. Friendships with fellow students, relationships with teachers, opportunities to become an integral part of the local and national community, but always having Fayetteville Public School District behind them. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, it's time for questions. Dr. Saunders?
Sure. Looking at the application, I want to start off with one thing that you referenced earlier concerning the, let me just read from the, what's on the application. This is coming from some unresolved issues. It says the applicant states that the charter will provide a computer and needed accessories via one-year loan to low-income families, but low income is not defined. The charter will require the families to pay for connectivity, and I know that you referenced that in your presentation. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. First of all, with the technology, we have decided that we have the ability, so any student or family who says we have a need for a device, we are going to provide that device. We do not want to set an income level. We felt like that is important because we need the student to be able to have full access. Some families have one computer at home, but that doesn't mean that it can be devoted to that student. And so we didn't want to get into income levels and cause any kind of access problems for students. We are asking families to provide their own internet access. However, as I said, we were just able to receive a grant that will support students who qualify for free or reduced lunches to receive a voucher that will help and assist with that. We will work with every other family to, especially to work with Cox, to get the cheaper internet access if they need that.
Do you have an approximation what that grant, how much that would be, say, for example, per student per month?
What we have done right now, it is $4,000. We estimated that if our population at The virtual academy is representative of our district, somewhere around 40%. Then that money would pay for that cheaper internet plan for 9 months for the first year. And we know that further reaching out for further grants would be important for us to do.
It's all for right now.
Ms. Barnes? Mr. Lesher? Dr. Jones?
Dr. Garrett, I know you're aware of the Credo report
Yes.
and the negative effects or negative reports that they had for online schooling. Tell me how your plan or your online educational program differs from many of those in the report.
And this is one that we feel we are very strong on because we do have the face-to-face built in. We have the ability for the student and the parent to be able to come at least one day a week and work face-to-face with teachers. We also have the support of our district. One of the things that we have worked on is really analyzing what, especially as students come into our district, maybe from homeschool, where we do not have a lot of data on the student. We don't know what the predictor is of future success. And so, you know, we really pulled together with our specialists and our directors in the district to look at, you know, we use the DRA, the Developmental Reading Assessment, Developmental Spelling Assessment. We use Mondo, we use Scholastic Reading Inventory, Flint-Cooter Reading Inventory, Eckwald-Schenker Reading Inventory. We like to pull writing samples. In math, we have found great success with Dreambox. We have the Iowa Algebra Aptitude Test, Orleans Hannah. We use exams from classrooms to just, again, help us pinpoint problems. We have multiple online programs that will then help us create a plan to fill in the gaps of learning. Part of what we've learned through our investigation is that many students who will seek out education in a virtual environment will do so because of lack of success in a traditional school. A lot of times that means they're going to come to us with gaps in learning. So we have a comprehensive list of assessments so that we can understand where those gaps are, and then we have additional supports that we can use to fill in those gaps. We have Accelerated Math and Dreambox, we have Lexia, and we have a host of other interventions that we can tailor to the specific student's needs. And then one of the reasons you heard me mention the Tier 3 math support. One of the reasons we put that in is that we do realize that math is an area. Number one, it's a struggle for all of us, even in brick and mortar buildings. And yet, when you really begin with that virtual environment, that can really be a problem. And I believe that's what we're seeing in those reports. And so that's where we wanted to put in that Tier 3 level where, say we've worked with a student who has continued to struggle through some of the other courses in math, but we know with Algebra 1, hey, this needs to be face-to-face. We need to get you into a specific class. Maybe it's a resource math class, special education class, or it's just a double-blocked algebra class, but we need to give additional assistance. We have the opportunity to do that, and I don't believe that your other online programs have that ability.
That is a strong support, having the ability to pull them back in where necessary. One more question. What systematic controls do you have in place to catch a student when they aren't progressing as they should?
And again, the use of technology will actually make that easier than for our teachers in a regular traditional classroom, because they will daily be checking on student progress. Weekly, they are going to be meeting as a team to analyze how is this student doing. Is this student engaged? Is this student logging on? Or if they're on, are they not able to access part of the curriculum or understand instructions? We have instructional facilitators that work with all of our buildings in literacy and math, and they meet weekly with teams of teachers in every one of our schools across our district. This school will receive that same level of support from our district.
Dr. Gocher?
Good morning, Dr. Garrett.
Good morning.
Very impressed with the application, very impressed with your team, and the piece regarding how you can reach homeschool students really struck a chord with me, and that was a struggle I had as a former superintendent, and it was a real struggle, and we were beginning to explore these kind of options. Frankly, I wish I'd thought of this. But I have a concern, and maybe Dr. Hewitt can address this as well, because I know that considering the impact that it could have on other districts, I'm just thinking, because I think we have to consider its potential impact for neighboring districts that may be in a declining enrollment, may be struggling to keep students, but they are legally entitled, meeting a school choice deadline or a legal transfer, that a Texarkana student could be a student of Fayetteville High School. And I think that's really, quite honestly, that's a pretty powerful thing. And it also, and I believe competition in education is good, but I'm just curious of what feedback you've had from neighboring districts and how that might impact those neighboring districts that may be in a declining environment.
Well, I can't speak for interactions with all of our neighboring districts, but there are a team of us that meet regularly who have similar positions that I do in central office. And instead of looking at each other as competitors, we look at each other as neighbors and resources. And so we share information. And what I've seen from talking with other districts is that everyone, you know, and this isn't just in our area, this is across the state, across the nation. People are understanding the value of technology, how it can assist with real-time feedback, how it improves learning, can improve learning through that anytime structure. And so just like right now in Springdale, we see the School of Innovation, what they're doing in order to support students. Rogers and Bentonville are also having discussions. And so instead of looking at us as a competitor, I hope that other districts will view us as a model, and we would love nothing more than to share what we're learning and also to learn from them about what they're doing, because as we know, as you said, it's not an easy business. We need to all work together.
And I truly appreciate that thinking, because that's, I think we'd play along a lot better with others if we had that, Dr. Garrett. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewa? Mr. Rogers? Ms. Pepper?
Thank you for your presentation, and I'll tell you, when I was reading through this application, I was really excited because, and you've said it many times, you're capitalizing on the way technology can enhance a personalized learning experience, but you're giving it that human support. And that was a concern that I expressed earlier, because without the human part behind it and that regular support for students, I would have concerns. So I love the field experiences, the regular face-to-face meeting times that can complement the technology piece. So I think your team has done an excellent job bringing all that together. And also, as far as the application, having these specific examples was so helpful for me in reviewing this to have a better understanding of your proposal. But to kind of go along with what Dr. Gocher was asking, if you did have a student, say from Texarkana or another part of the state, that was part of this charter, what would their field experiences look like? How would that piece be there so that they would have that human support to go along?
Right, and what we've learned from other online schools is that because the field experiences are tailored for the individual, they're not going to look the same. And so that student in Texarkana, that field experience person is going to have to figure out, okay, this student is interested in engineering. What are the engineering firms there? How, make some phone calls. How can I get that student to be able to have that experience? What are just that whole sort of broadening their interest, exploration, community service activities. It will be more difficult for the field experience coordinator, but our understanding from talking to some schools in Texas who have done this is that it can be done and it can be done well.
So then, as far as follow-up and regular communication with their educators, that would all just be done virtually, just through the video technology. But your field experience coordinator then would work to ensure that student had those weekly opportunities.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Dr. Saunders?
Okay, I have some questions. I'll start with beginning. I noticed that, let me get to a different part here. Excuse me. Asking for a waiver from Personnel Policies, Teacher Fair Dismissal Act, Public School Employee Fair Hearing Act. I'm trying to think logistically for a waiver from these, and I know you described a little bit about the staffing. Would the online teachers be employees of Fayetteville schools?
Yes.
Would they then have a separate policy book than the other employees?
Yes.
And these teachers, if I'm correct, you've asked for a waiver from licensure for all the teachers?
That is correct.
Okay.
And just to add on that, our goal is to hire the best people. We look at the waivers as just giving us flexibility for those unique situations that do come along. So that's really the rationale there.
So what percentage of your teachers do you feel would be licensed in the state of Arkansas?
We feel that all of our teachers will be licensed in Arkansas. We just feel like there may be some situations, for example, we are starting with grades 4 through 8. It may be that a teacher who we decide is the very best teacher in English language arts is certified 612. But she has that ability to teach 4th and 5th graders. We would just like that flexibility that we could still use her in that position because we know as we're growing with low numbers of students that sometimes those unique situations are what makes staffing very difficult.
So it would be your intent that perhaps possibly 100% of your teachers are licensed, but they may not be in the specific level and or area because of those unique instances that you just described.
Exactly.
An additional one was, and this may be for the charter unit. In looking at this application, as I'm going through the waivers, right around page 225, roughly in that area. But then there's another section that has additional waivers that are not included in that section. Do we need to look at the additional section for the waivers?
The additional waivers that were listed at the other place in the application were added to the waiver sheet. So if you look at the end of the waiver sheet with the red and green, you'll see additional waiver requests, and those were included there.
At the very end?
Yes.
Page 223. I know you don't have that. I'm sorry.
I went old-fashioned and printed it.
So I noticed that a lot of those that were in the last one are not included in this. Are we assuming that all those have been struck? Or I do notice one in particular. For example, the waiver from the bidding requirement is not included. I could be overlooking it.
If you can give me just a second,
Sure.
Come back around and I'll look at what you're talking about.
Okay, let me just ask the district, are you requesting a waiver from the bidding requirement?
Okay, which waiver was that?
621-301.
Minimum requirement for,
The acquisition of commodities?
oh, commodity bidding?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Why so?
We felt like the most important thing we would be looking for is quality and a fit for our program, something that really supported what our teachers were, felt like they could be able to add to it, take away from it, but make it the Fayetteville Public School curriculum that's aligned to Arkansas standards. And so we just felt like that waiver would support us. We also know, though, it's really not a big deal, and if it's a waiver that we need to withdraw, we can do that.
Would you be willing to withdraw that?
Yes, I would.
All right, thank you. I think if you look at the laws and the bidding, you know, it's there as to be a safeguard with the public funds and to be a good steward. And you do not always have to go with the lowest price.
Right.
And so there are ways where you can make decisions based upon quality.
Any other, Dr. Saunders?
If someone else does, I may just need a few minutes.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
Dr. Garrett, can you address your process for seeking NCAA accreditation for your courses when you get to the high school?
Mm-hmm. At iNicole, we had one of our staff members, Mr. Mark White, who attended that session. We also go through that process at Fayetteville High School as we add any new courses. Our understanding is that the Fuel Ed curriculum package itself is fine. The problem is that we have to use Fayetteville Public School District teachers in order to get NCAA approval. So as we encounter students who have any kind of inkling in athletics that may lead to scholarships in the future, we know that we have to be very targeted in making sure that their courses, that every single course is NCAA approved. We are planning to submit all of our courses for approval, but then we'll just be very clear with knowing which ones are approved in case there are any that are not.
Did you have one? Ms. Pfeffer, did you have a question?
I don't have any questions. I guess I was just sitting here. A lot of times when we go through this process and we're trying to think about what schools are going to look like in the future, you know, I don't know what it's going to look like, but I know it's going to be different. And to me, this application presents us with something different, and it's good for kids. So I don't think I have any questions. I'm just.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I have some. Are you requesting also a waiver from the principal licensure?
Yes, we are.
And why so?
We feel that and we've even called that person a director. We've done that purposefully because we see that person in a different role than in a traditional school because the students are not on site every single day. Instead, we feel that a background in curriculum is going to be very helpful as that person works with teachers to really understand learning progressions so that when students are struggling, they have that additional support to really understand what's the gap and what are we going to have to do to fill the gap.
I think that's a novel idea. I think it's a good idea there. So the person filling that position would be certified?
Absolutely, and we're even looking for a master's degree.
Okay. I noticed one of your waivers was from the mandatory attendance for students grades 9 through 12. And as Dr. Jones alluded to earlier, monitoring the students, and you're able to do that with technology now in ways that we've never been able to, especially in this type of setup as you have described. What would be the length of inactivity that a student would incur before they would be dropped from the rolls?
In our traditional schools, it's 10 days. In this type of environment, we would not want to see 10 days. Again, that's where we have put in place that we want our teachers checking daily with students, at least weekly with parents. And we have the structure, the flexibility of the structure built in so that our our teachers with other staff members would have the opportunity to even make a home visit. We haven't put a set number of days in there, but we're not going to wait 10 days and then just drop a student. We don't do that now in our schools.
Yeah, and no, that was not what I was implying. I think I was going the other direction of how long would a student still be carried on the rolls without actively participating in education?
We will, if a student refuses to participate and has completely withdrawn, then I would say we can follow the standard of what we've done in our other schools, and that is 10 days.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I had.
Ms. Leewood, any other questions?
It's really simple. I just want to make sure that I understood you correctly, because I am reading some information that indicates that maybe some of your online teachers will be certified in other states.
That is correct, and one of the things I wasn't very clear in saying earlier, our teachers who teach our core courses, and then those additional teachers that we hire to teach those popular electives will be our Fayetteville Public School District teachers. But we also know, and part of the beauty of the model is the flexibility and the opportunity for students to take very unique electives. And so in those situations, we will be contracting with Fuel Ed to use those teachers. And what they have told us is, and that we will make part of our contract, is that they will be licensed in Arkansas. They will not be part of our Fayetteville Public School District staff members, but yet they will still follow our handbook, and we will work with them regarding the evaluation of those teachers, just like we would evaluate our teachers who are employed by us.
So these out-of-state teachers will also be licensed in Arkansas?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I found one more that I had there. I know you asked a waiver from eye and vision screening. Is there a way that you could notify these students when this may be available, where if they did want to go get screened, it would be available for them, no cost?
Absolutely. And part of what we've talked about with our special ed director is that, when you start interventions, you always want to start at that level to make certain that there are not just basic needs that need to be identified. And so that would be part of our intervention plan. We just didn't want to have to, do it at a set time for all of our students.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Colbert, you had signed up to speak.
I just want to say thank you all for listening to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. I'll just offer a few comments. As I read through this application, I think my words in my head were brilliant. It's a brilliant plan. I think it's a game changer for education. So as that first school district to step out there, what I will encourage you to do is seek feedback from your colleagues all across the state and seek support. Everybody would be pulling for you, and everyone, I think, would be willing to offer that kind of feedback and support, but it's always upon you to ask. So don't let problems occur when you have those opportunities for a lot of people to reach out to.
Thank you.
I have one comment.
All right.
I do commend you for your plan, and we're cheering for you because we want to see an online model of success. And I think that you have many components that make it different. One of the ones you mentioned is the curriculum you've chosen. Your teachers
will have the ability to modify and add to that, and I'm sure that you will want to do that to make it of the quality that Fayetteville accepts. But the most important part is that you own those students and you're starting small. And I know that you're well aware that they will have their own LEA, and in the end, they're Fayetteville family. And so I wish you great success.
Thank you.
Ms. Clay, are there any remaining issues regarding this application?
Yes, there are a few issues regarding the waivers that I need to go over with you. 2 pages that were in their application of waivers were not included on the waiver sheet that was compiled by Legal Services, and it was me that did it, so I'll take responsibility for it. But I can tell you that there are just a few that would have remaining issues. One of those is the commodity bidding. You can certainly grant that waiver. It is allowed, but it is one that you have had pause in granting before, and I don't know that it has been granted. It was withdrawn. Okay, sorry, I was trying to figure out what I had missed there. So that takes care of that. On the concurrent credit waiver, they would need a waiver of the concurrent credit rules, sections 3.01 and 3.02 of those rules, if that waiver is granted. You have had some additional discussion on allowing the AP courses to count as part of the 38. I don't know if you want to have that discussion with this group, but that has been something that has caused the panel to have some discussion in the past.
Can I just tell the board? I think we're looking at page 268 on the agenda if you're trying to find it. 268, 269, that area.
And I can, if it would be helpful, I can go through those. I believe it's 7 or 8 waivers that were not included on the waiver sheet. Walk through those with you.
I'm not finding those, so I would.
Okay.
I need you to clarify what exactly they're asking, please.
Okay. The first one is flags, display of the flags, period of silence, and pledge of allegiance. They say that they're going to display the flags, but not as prescribed by the code, and that a period of silence and reciting the Pledge of Allegiance would be difficult in an online setting. This is a waiver that has been granted relatively routinely for charter schools and online schools. The next is I envision screening, the statutes and rules around that, that it will be, they will not be physically present to participate in those. So they're asking for flexibility there, and you've had discussion on that. And that one has also been granted in the online setting with other charter schools. One thing though, and I would imagine that the district is aware of this, if the I envision screening were part of a special ed service, they would be required to provide that. The next is offering instrumental and vocal music. And I believe what they are trying to do is they will not initially offer it, but it will then be, I may need some explanation, it will be offered once they phase in to the appropriate grades. Commodity bidding, we've discussed that, was withdrawn. Report cards, the law requires report cards to be mailed, given to a parent at a conference, or sent home with the student. They're asking a waiver of that section so that the parents, because the parents will have real-time access via an online platform. The next one is allowing AP courses taught to be included as part of the 38 units. And the last is concurrent credit that would allow students below the 9th grade to take and receive concurrent credits. And that's where they would need the additional waiver of our ADE concurrent credit rules, sections 3.01 and 3.02.
On that issue, they will also have to receive course approval from curriculum instruction to be able to teach a high school course at the middle level. That's not being waived, is it?
No, it is not.
Okay.
And one other issue, are we okay with those additional ones that I've gone over? Do we need more explanation on those?
Can you give me 2 minutes? Just
I would like to go ahead and get a little clarification on the using the AP courses as part of the 38 units, just why that is being asked.
And I believe that the reasoning behind this one was so that our students, if they are ready for AP biology without taking the biology, that we could substitute that in its place. I'm trying to remember, were there any other circumstances? I believe that was it.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to make sure that I'm going over a couple of things in my mind. Basically, since there is already a process to do that by way of request,
okay.
I don't really see where you would need to have a waiver for it unless you had some additional pieces. The other piece is, as a district, the district is meeting the requirements under the 38. Okay. You're looking at a student receiving credit.
Okay.
So I don't know that you actually need the waiver.
We can withdraw that.
Yeah.
We can withdraw that waiver.
Question of clarification. Would the student have the ability to take AP English or regular English?
Yes.
Okay.
Speaking to the microphone.
Students already receive credit. Again, like I said, in order for them to teach a course in place of, or teach an AP course in place of the required course, there is a process already outlined and allowable to do that by way of going through the procedures and making a request, because they had no students to sign up. But that's a district requirement, and that's why I'm saying we're looking at students receiving instruction. We have students already that may be in an AP course as opposed to a regular course.
Are you withdrawing that request?
Yes.
That's what I was saying. They withdrew the request to waive it. They would have to address it differently if it's...
Any other questions or concerns? Ms. Clay?
One other issue, and this was on the waiver sheet that was provided to you all. I just need confirmation that they do not seek a waiver of 620-701 at SEC, and that has to do with school lunches, but it's permissive and mostly has to do with the state board's obligation, so it is not necessary for a school that's not going to provide lunch to have waiver of that section.
Scott, may I make one comment back on the AP issue?
Yes.
Trip Walter, staff attorney, APSRC. Don't mean to muddy the waters here, but I guess I saw it similar to what on the AP situation coming before you with that. And of course, obviously, Ms. Barnes is exactly right on the district level, because it was particularized to the school. Much in the same way as we understand, obviously, there's a process through the department itself to request embedding of courses, but it has been brought before you because it's a matter affecting the one particular school. So my understanding is that they still wanted to have that flexibility for AP in those very specific situations that I believe were included in the text of the waiver. All right, well, all right, they're indicating now that they apparently can handle it in a different direction. Thank you.
We got a little sidetracked there. I do need them to confirm that they do not want a waiver of 620-701 at SEC. If somebody can state into the microphone for us.
We can withdraw that waiver. We do withdraw.
And you know we're always open for amendments, so.
I just had one more question if everybody's.
Sure.
Do you see this in the future possibly of a student attending the virtual school part-time and the other traditional school part-time?
We do. We're not wanting to start out that way, but we do believe, especially, we have students, as you saw in the video, taking online courses at the high school already. And while this will be a full-time virtual environment, we know that there will still be exceptions to it. So we really see that flexibility being able to transition into some of our other buildings.
I would think the research on adolescents would add to that, in that some are morning people and some are night people, and you might be able to have school when they're ready.
Exactly.
On the college courses you had, are you looking at going through Fayetteville there, or do you have?
On which courses?
I know that you had credit for college courses, concurrent credit listed here on one of the waiver things for the 9th grade.
Right now, one of our partners is NWAC, but we are looking at expanding concurrent options.
Okay, thank you.
Any other additional questions or comments? Ms. Clay, are you satisfied?
Yes.
All right. And you're really sure, he says?
Yes.
All right, with that, I'll accept a motion regarding the request for Fayetteville Virtual Academy.
I move to approve the Fayetteville Virtual Academy Charter. I'll second that.
There has been a motion by Ms. Pfeffer and a second by Dr. Jones to approve the request for the Fayetteville Virtual Academy. Any questions or comments? All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Any opposed? The motion has passed. If you'll wait patiently, we'll have comments from the panel. Mr. Lester?
I believe the applicant is offering an excellent online option for an educational experience.
Ms. Lewa?
I voted for. They will provide additional flexible options and opportunities for students.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for. I voted for because I don't have any concerns for the Fayetteville Virtual School this time.
Dr. Saunders?
Yes, I thought this was a well-established, careful plan with student success at its core.
Ms. Barnes?
I voted in favor of the motion. I believe that this presents opportunities to embrace new approaches to learning and applies resources that achieve definitive expectations and outcomes for students where they have not existed before.
Ms. Pfeffer?
I made the motion to approve because I believe that this is an example of a school for the future, and it will provide a personalized learning opportunity and a learner-focused structure.
Dr. Jones?
I voted in favor of the motion. Fayetteville has structured an online program that has human components to take ownership of students. They have considered student needs and have structured assessments and interventions.
Dr. Gocher?
I voted for the motion. I feel this is an excellent application, certainly a model for the future. Furthermore, it provides an opportunity for a true personalized learning plan for kids based upon their individual needs.
Congratulations to the Fayetteville Virtual Academy. As you see evidenced here today, we believe in you, but you've given us a reason to believe in you, and that's because there was quality planning, a great presentation, a great thorough application, and so we feel confident that there will be success for your students. We do encourage you to remember that we love to share good messages across the state, so as those stories are developing over the next year or two, please remember that it's important that we're sharing them with all of the educators in the community at large in our state. Thank you. Are there any additional issues before the panel today?
I do have a question for legal. I do want to put on the agenda to bring Quest Middle School from Jacksonville back in. Do we need to vote on that to put them on the agenda?
We do not need to vote. Quest Middle School from Pine Bluff, correct?
Pine Bluff.
That does not need to be a vote. It can just be something that's placed on your next agenda.
All right, thank you.
On December agenda?
Will that be the December agenda?
It will be the December agenda if you still want to have a December meeting. I know there's an item tomorrow about possibly delaying that, but it can be December.
We can finalize that tomorrow. Okay. All right. Well, thank you to everyone. We will begin at 8:30 in the morning.
Motion we adjourn.
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Gocher. All in favor of the motion to adjourn? Aye. Any opposed? We stand adjourned.
Is the commissioner in?
No, he's in North Carolina.
Well, bless him.